Hello, YouTube. Marching myself in with the pipes because I'm a scary Scottish growler. Oh, good evening, Catch Me Ghoulies and Woe Lisa and Saggy's Camel Toe. Hope you're all well this fine evening. I might have to play this again for when more people come in because I love this tune. There we go. How are we all? I have got no bloody clue who Catch Me Ghoulies is. Hello, scary Scottish growler, Woe Lisa and Saggy's Camel Toe. And a fine how do you do to you too, Catch Me Ghoulies. Given my name, I had to pipe myself in. So that pipe music may be getting another airing later on, though, following the story that I'm going to tell everybody. So we'll wait and see who comes in. Flipping hell, catch me flipping ghoulies. Right, let me put you on the screen because I'm going to try and see photographs. Dirty Nell's dragging ass. Hello, is this the place where I can chat shit? It absolutely is. It absolutely is. Although the shit that we're chatting this evening is mainly going to be related to ghosties and ghoulies and wee scary beasties and things that go bump in the night. But once we've done all that, then we're going to be chatting some shit, as always, because it's a Friday night. And Friday nights are usually a fuckfest. So let me put Dirty Dragon Ass up on the screen. I actually wondered if the mention of it being an incognito night would put people off coming in. But, you know, whatever. Because I love him, that photograph, Dirty Dragon Ass. That's most excellent. I've got a really good ghost story for you, though, tonight. And it kind of involves one of my family members in a roundabout sort of a way. I'm sorry, family members, not one of my family members, one of my ancestors, one of my former, now deceased, quite a long time ancestors. So, yeah, what kind of shit would you like to talk or chat later on? Dirty dragging ass. And Catch Me Ghoulies. Because I shall start all my, I'll start my stories in about 10 minutes' time. Oh, the dildo. Good evening. I'm going to give you a little highlight as well. Welcome to the Incognito Night. Unfortunately, you missed the wonderful pipe music I played as I was coming in, because obviously my name, if you can see on the screen or not, hang on, let me take that off again. For one night only, I am a scary Scottish growler. And just in case anyone is listening from overseas, a growler in the UK means something like a lady part, a rather unkempt lady's personal area. Good evening and evening, chaps. So the order of ceremony tonight will be, I've got a couple of cryptid stories, the scary beastie stories. I've got yes, that's it, Dorothy Dildo. It is rather unkempt. Yeah, the order of the evening is going to be I've got a couple of cryptid stories, following on from Cannock Chase last night. I've got a Scottish ghost story, and I've got a couple of other little bits and pieces that we throw in. So we'll see how we get on for time, because I'm wanting to, obviously, depending who comes in under names, not everybody will, but depending who comes in under the different names, we'll have a bit of a giggle trying to find out who they all are. Still do. Full of dragon slime and shit. Oh, let me just check and make sure that I have put my phone on silent, because I don't want it to go and ping off like normal. So how is everybody today? Are we all good? Are we all glad it's Friday? For those of us who it is Friday for, it's going to be Saturday for those in the Southern Hemisphere, isn't it? It is bath night. Dorothy's coffee cough. Okay, so Friday is fun day. Friday is fun day. Although there's only you and I at the moment, Catch Me Ghoulies, who've gone with the whole paranormal ghost ghoulie scary beastie theme. Then again, though, I suppose that, yeah, a dragging ass is quite a scary thing. Now, can I just check, without meaning to give away, Catch My Ghoulies, I'm presuming you're somebody who's already got a wrench in another life? And the same with Dorothy Dildo and Dirty Dragon Ass. Hiya, Lisa. How are you, love? This is going to be a night of confusion again, because everybody's supposed to be coming in with, well, it was optional to come in with the changed names. So I don't know if you heard then, Lisa, what I'm going to do. I've got a ghost story from Scotland. That right, no problem, Catch Me Ghoulies. That's absolutely fine. I didn't want any giveaways. Yeah, I've got a ghost story from Scotland. I have got some more cryptid stuff and a couple of other bits and pieces. But like I said to the other guys, I'll see how we're doing for time. Yeah, I just changed it on my phone. Okie dokie. Sorry, I got all confused changing things on it. No, it's absolutely fine, Woe Lisa, because Porky was saying he didn't know how to do it, and I think Rain Dancer wasn't sure, and Julia didn't know. So it's not. It's just if you fancy coming in with a change of name just to keep me on my toes, it's absolutely fine. It's not a problem. It's not compulsory by any stretch of the imagination. So, like I said, I'll at 1:45, I'll start with them. I'll start with me content, and then we'll see where we go, because by then it should have given people, if they're coming in, enough time. And I'm thinking I'll start with the ghost story first, get us in the mood, because I've got some strange stuff, some from the north of England. I've got, like I said, I've got this from Scotland. The one from the north of England is, well, the northeast actually, it's Hexham. It is a bit beastie, scary, cursey. It's a little bit of everything, that story. And then we've got those more strange animals. Were you in last night, Lisa, when I was giving out the information on that freedom of information request on strange creatures and beasts that were reported to the police, sightings of them in at Cannock Chase? I don't know how the others have thought them up. Well, obviously, catch my ghoulies, because I did say we're going to talk about ghosties and ghoulies and wee scary beasties and things that go bump in the night. So the ghoulies thing is, well, it was like me last week. I'd put freckles on Uranus because Uranus was quite the obvious one. Didn't hear that. You might have gone, oh, right. Well, in that case, then I might just while we're waiting for some people to come in for the last couple of minutes before I start, there was a Freedom of Information Act done asking Staffordshire Police, because I thought you might like this. Staffordshire Police were asked if they could give details under Freedom of Information, all reports that they had received between 2008 and 2017 of creatures or beasts that had been sighted and reported to the police in the Cannock Chase area. And there were loads and really strange ones. Over 17,000 big cat sightings. And 12 people had actually reported. Well, there were 400 and... Actually, hang on. Was it 409 reports of wolves, sightings of wolves, and 12 reports of actual werewolves. So we were kind of discussing it, saying, do you think people who may have seen a werewolf or what they think was a werewolf or a dog man were too embarrassed to tell the police? So they changed it to a big dog or a big wolf. But yes, 17,000. Yeah, well, catch me ghoulies. That's one of my little tales tonight. The black-eyed children on Cannock Chase. Well, I can give you a hint anyway. I'm going to talk about, so there's the black-eyed children. There is the pig man. That's not, is that Denny? Dorothy's dildo. Because that's one of the things that Denny always puts in. I used to be a werewolf, but I'm all right now. Or Sid. It could be Sid. Yes, the black-eyed children. So yeah, last night we Eddie's bath night in Dorothy's coffee cup. I love that name. Yes, so we come on, Cooper, behave yourself. What's that? Phantom manic butt spanker. I missed that one. Oh my goodness. I'm liking that name. Every time a new one comes in, I'll put them up on screen. You're wagging your ass at Phantom. Is that for a little bit of a spanking, Miss Dragging Ass or Mr. Dragging Ass? We'll have none of that in here. Porky said, yeah. I'm not sure, though, because there's a picture of a cat on it, isn't there? And I don't think Porky would put a picture of his cat on there. I don't know. What do you all think? I think Dirty Dot's Dragging Ass. I'm going to guess that's Sheila. What, the Dragging Ass? You think that's Cassius, or you think Phantom is Cassius? Phantom manic butt spanker. Because we can't forget, you see, yeah, things like that. I would say that's a man. So I would say one of four. It would Cassius, Porky, Mirror Man, or Sid. Oh, so you think Phantom is Cassius? Oh, it could be. It could be. You miss. Well, anyway, I'm going to play. You love Scottish Growler. Yeah. Mine's a scary Scottish growler, allegedly. But if Cassius is in under his under a well, you see, Porky's got a cat as well, though. Dorothy Dildo. But oh, I'm never gonna have a flipping clue. And who's the dragging ass? Who do we reckon the dragging ass is? I think dragging ass is Sheila. I think. Or it could, oh no, I don't know. I'm doing the same again. Or it could be Simples. But yeah, if Cassius is in here incognito, then you're gonna like a bit of, I was playing the pipes. I piped myself into my live tonight, and there is a reason for that. And I will play it again because it does have a connection to the story that I'm going to tell. So, well, it's gone to, right, so we're just on 1:45 now. So I'm going to start with my ghost story. I don't know about Dorothy Dot's dragging ass, don't tempt me. Oh, right. Dusty ghost farts. Oh my God. Welcome, Dusty Ghost. I was going to say Dusty Goat farts then. What the heck is that photograph of? I'm going to have to get right up here to my... Is it like a fire or something, or a furnace? Stop. Doesn't help because next door's dog's barking through the wall. They can try to Spanish, but my book stubble will sting their fingers. Was Spanish, was that supposed to be spank me? Spank, yeah, got you. Oh, you see, now that could be Cassius with the old typos. Dusty goat fart, goat. Dusty ghost farts thought it was Duck's Mange. You tend to be stinky. Catch me ghoulies, hello, Dusty ghost darts. Fuck bollocks and piss. You give yourself away, Cassius. By the fireside, I'm combustible, so it's dicey. Well, I'm going to start with my story. I don't know whether to play my pipe music in the background, or I might play it after because I have got a little tale about the pipe music. Right. So I'm going to leave you guys trying to think about who each other is for now. Do a big guess afterwards. But I'm going to start with a ghost story. And the ghost story is, it's the ghosts of Killiecrankie Woodlands. Now, Killiecrankie is an area in Perthshire. It's a glen up in Perthshire. And it's quite significant because it played a big part in the battles in the late 1700s and early 1800s, the Jacobite Rebellion, as it was so called. So you're going to get a teeny little bit of history first, just to set the scene, because most people outside of Scotland, unless you've studied this part of history, won't know what it's all about. So I'm just going to stop this. Stop now. The dog, for some reason, is trying to jump up onto my dining table. I've got no idea what he's after. So, little background. I've been here to Killiecrankie. It's absolutely beautiful. There are woodlands that flank the Killiecrankie Gorge. Absolutely beautiful, peaceful place. There are a lot of visitors there during the summertime because there are nice walks all the way through there. And through the gorge flows the River Garry. Oh, we've now got Phantom Fondler. Good evening, Phantom Fondler. We've got two phantoms now. We've got Phantom Manic Butt Spanker and Phantom Fondler. You must be related. You must be related. Ghostly dangly ghoulies. Right, maybe I'll not start just yet because... Now, who's the Phantom Fondler's photograph of? I can't see who that is. Right, let's put ghostly dangly ghoulies. We'll put you up on the screen as well, just so everybody's getting a turn up on screen. Welcome, welcome, one and all. I haven't got a clue who any of you are, but this is going to be, well, apart from I think I've sussed Cassius out. But if that is you, Cassius, you can stay incognito. That's only my guess. So I'll go back to describing Killiecrankie Gorge. So, as I said, it's beautiful. River Garry runs through it. Very, very busy during the summer, but in the winter, it's you know, it's pretty quiet. And it is absolutely beautiful, but it has got a very eerie feel to it. And there is a reason for that, because in July 1689, there was a huge battle here. Now, that year, Scotland, only because he said funk, bollocks and piss. Yeah, that's right. That's who I think it is, Dorothy. So, 1689, this history bit isn't that long. It's just to set the scene for you. Scotland was in an absolute turmoil. King James VII of Scotland, he was a staunch Catholic, and he'd been forced off the throne by William of Orange, and William of Orange was a Protestant. Once again, it's all going back to that sectarian doodahs. And in the Scottish Highlands, it was terrible because everybody's loyalties were divided, and they were divided to such an extent it wasn't just clan against clan, although that did occur. It was even down to rifts within families. So you'd have brothers, you know, on one side and brothers on another. You'd have fathers fighting sons, taking up arms against each other. It was really bad. You know, some clans and parts of families were allying themselves with William of Orange. And then others were supporting the deposed King James. So those who were supporting King James were known as Jacobites. Okay. Now, this all came to a head on this particular night, 27th of July, 1689. So there was a contingent of 3,500 government soldiers. This is English government soldiers, and 2 troops of cavalry who were commanded by Hugh Mackay of Scourie. They hurried north to try and intercept a smaller band of Highlanders who they were marching under Sir James Graham of Claverhouse. Now, the Jacobite Highlanders had just captured Blair Castle, and Mackay, it didn't matter what the cost, he was going to, you know, he wanted to reclaim this castle. So, now this story, as I said, it's, oh, that's your birthday, ghostly dangly ghoulies. Well, happy birthday for the day of the battle. I'll have to remember that, or you'll have to phantom flange flinger. And you didn't want to come. Excellent. There is one of my relatives features in this story, as I mentioned earlier. So this is why I wanted to tell it, and why I will play the particular tune I'm going to play. So the Highlanders under John Graham of Claverhouse, They amassed on a hilltop vantage point just above the Killiecrankie Glen. And after there was a few skirmishes through the day, there was a bit, you know, finger pointing, arse showing, insults hurled, couple of, you know, physical skirmishes. But as sunset approached, the Highlanders charged. Now, because of the area, if anybody's been in that area, anybody who's been in any part of the Highlands, you know, it is quite a difficult terrain around there, especially if any, you know, if you've ever gone hill walking through the Highlands or even just hiking, it is quite difficult terrain. Now, the Highlanders, they were used to it. They'd grown up there. They, you know, they walked these hills and glens and fields every single day since the day they were born or since they learnt to walk. So there was no problem to them. And a lot of them, don't forget, at that time, a lot of these Highlanders were barefoot, didn't have boots on or shoes or clogs or anything. They had nothing. Now, when they charged, the English government's forces, they were already spooked by this terrain. They didn't like it. And again, in the Highlands, especially near water at certain times of the day, you're going to get quite a heavy mist. Plus, you don't forget the midges, because they're always a nightmare as well. So when they charged, the government forces turned and fled. They just ran. Now, they weren't going to face these, you know, I mean, you can imagine there's a horde of screaming, hairy-assed Highlanders coming down a hill at you, flailing the swords and looking completely manic, and you're already a little bit spooked about where you're at. Nah, not going to stay there. So they ran, but unfortunately, they had nowhere to go. So they were actually trapped against this steep gorge. Now, a couple of them tried leaping across the river. One man actually did it. Now, the point that he leapt, it was, I think it was something like 18.5 feet wide. You know, it was a leap for certain death, but he did actually make it. So he made this jump. A few others tried and failed. And for the rest of them, they're trapped against the walls of the gorge, and the battle turned into an absolute massacre. Now, there's a saying up there that once a landscape has witnessed this much death, it never forgets. And that's worth bearing in mind, because there is an author called Elliot O'Donnell. Now, in the early 1900s, a woman he was speaking to gave him her account of what had happened to her in Killiecrankie Glen. And so he wrote the story of it. And what had happened was, at that time, this lady had decided she was going to cycle through the glen. She thought the scenery was so beautiful that she decided to camp overnight by the roadside. And as night fell, she wrapped herself up in her cape to keep warm. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, she was woken with just this awful feeling, like a feeling of real dread. And when she woke up and she sat up and she's kind of straining her ears against the silence, and she could hear distant gunfire and drums. And she's straining her ears, and this sound is getting nearer and nearer and nearer. So she's trying to think rationally, and she's like, right, okay. I look around, and she froze, because, and these are her words, racing towards me as if not merely for his life, but for his actual soul, came the figure of a Highlander. The wind rustling through his long dishevelled hair blew it completely over his forehead, narrowly missing his eyes, which were fixed ahead of him in a ghastly, agonised stare. Now, every detail of this soldier's clothing was visible to her. Sorry about that. I've just had to boot the dog up the arse because he's trying to get on the table again. Cooper, lie down. Every detail of this soldier's clothing was visible to her. So she noticed that his scabbard was missing a sword, that he had the seam on his coat was torn, that one of his the buckles on his shoes, that was broken. But she said also she could hear like the stones scattering and crunching under his feet as he was running. Although he appeared to be running along the hard surface of the road, so don't forget this is a tarmacked road, but she can hear little stones and, scattering and crunching. So she rubbed her eyes and she tried to force herself to call out, but it didn't make any difference to her. Now, this is the next bit. I've got this written down as well, which is the next thing that she said. I then heard the loud rat-tat of drums, accompanied by the shrill voices of fifes and flutes, and at the farther end of the pass, their arms glittering brightly in the silver moonbeams, appeared a regiment of scarlet-clad soldiers. At the head rode a mounted officer. After him came the band, and then, four abreast, a long line of warriors. In their centre, two ensigns, and on their flanks, officers and non-commissioned officers with swords and pikes. More mounted men bringing up the rear. Now, she was quite thankful because none of them appeared to see her. She decided she was going to try and get on her bike and just try and pedal away, but she had absolutely no energy. And so she's trying to get on this bike and she's really, really struggling. And then she said, as she's moving, obviously trying to get on the bike and it's moving down as she's going, she said the next thing she saw just filled her with, it was just absolute horror. She said there were bodies of dead and dying men everywhere, all around her, some with the most gruesome wounds. That bad she's on the verge of retching. And then she said, as she watched, there was like an ash tree by the side of the road. And she said it seemed to rustle and sway. And then she said, from out to this tree dropped this figure of a woman. And she said she could tell she wasn't of this earth. She wasn't alive, but she was a Highland girl with raven black hair and very, very pale, very white arms and feet. But she said instead of offering to help these soldiers, that the dying soldiers, she went from one body to the next, stripping buttons off the coats and the epaulets and gold lacing and the jewellery. She watched her with this knife hacking off fingers, with rings still attached because she couldn't get them off the fingers. And she was carrying a basket and she was placing these spoils that she was collecting in the basket. If she came across a soldier that was still alive, she was plunging the knife into the hearts. So this is all stuff that this cyclist is watching. This is like a full-on replay of the Battle of Killiecrankie. So she's standing there absolutely rooted to the spot in terror. And she said all of a sudden the Highland girl kind of caught sight of her. And there was this split second of recognition in this Highland girl's face. And then she said she rushed towards her screaming with this knife in her hand, like raised as though she was going to plunge it into her. And she says here, this was the climax. My overstrained nerves could stand no more. And before the blow had time to descend, I pitched heavily forward and fell at her feet. When I recovered, the phantom had vanished. Now, it'd be really easy if you wanted to, kind of just dismiss the story and say, oh, it's probably a vivid nightmare. She knew the history of the Glen and all the rest of it. However, the military details that she was able to recount, they were exceptionally clear and precise. Now, a lot of, although it's very popular, and as I said before, Killiecrankie Woodlands, they're a massive attraction to families, well, not just families, but, people who are holidaying and they wanted to go through the area and see all the sights. But you still find that it's not just that lady. This site of the battle replaying, it does happen quite a lot. And you will find some visitors to the Glen who unfortunately find themselves slipping into the past. This has been in broad daylight. There've been apparitions of soldiers seen who were either marching into battle, the marching in a column, or the lying wounded and dead on the ground. And most of the reports occur around the 27th of July, which is the anniversary of the battle. Now, anybody who ever fancies going visiting this place, it's the Killiecrankie Woodlands are only 3 miles north of Pitlochry, which is in Perthshire in Scotland. So you can go all year round. I mean, as I said before, the wildlife is beautiful. The River Garry, there's the gorge. It's really, really nice. But yeah, if you do visit and you go in any time around the end of July, just keep an open mind and maybe see if you can catch a photograph of something untoward from 300 plus years ago. So the little bit with that I want to add in is that I was related, so albeit distantly, to bear with me 1 second. I will, before I go into this, I will just look back through the chat, because I was trying not to read it while I was reading my story. Let's have a look. Ghostly, dangly, ghoulies, shudders at the moistness of the tenor. Paula Parkinson. Hey guys, listening, but I'm taking an early night, so may fall asleep. No problem, Paula. I just wanted to do my little ghost story first. Phantom Flange Flinger. Sorry, I'm late. I didn't want to come. Hello, hello. Ghostly, dangly, ghoulies. That's my birthday. Oh yeah, I read that one. Catch my ghoulies. These names: Boobies, Phantom Flange Flinger, and Paula Parkinson, who's quite normal. Who do I have to hump to get a cold brewski? Oh, Phantom Flange Flinger. Is that you, Porky? And Phantom Fondler, Phantom Manic Book Spanker. AD's Gimp Suit Bogeyman. Would you read my best-selling book or give me a 5-star review? I can pay. Absolutely no chance whatsoever. Hell will freeze over first. I'm really sorry, Bogeyman. I will give you 5 something. Yeah, I would rather toast my dangly ghoulies. AD's Bath Night in Dorothy's Coffee Cup. Psychic Cyclist in Killiecrankie. Absolutely. Just in the tenor pad. Are there any desperate lonely ladies here? Join my Patreon. Don't be plugging for your Patreon in my chat. Thank you very much, Lee. Thank you very much. Well, I'm just going to give you a little bit before I move on to the next thing. The reason I wanted to do that is because John Graham of Claverhouse is one of my ancestors, and he is the second of my ancestors to have died in a battle in Scotland. The other of my ancestors was a very good friend and a general of William Wallace and died at the Battle of Falkirk. Now, I don't know if he's in here. I'm pretty sure he is. I think I just had a guess right on Pork Chop, but Porky Spurkey to my house has got a key ring that has got my family crest and the motto that in Latin on there. So that was just a little aside. Now, just to play us out of this, where's it gone? This is a special one for Cassius. I'm going to play the pipes, just in honour of all the dead soldiers. I'm not going to bother about the red jackets, but for me Highland brothers, and possibly more, because that ancestor did die that day, John Claverhouse. What colour is the crest? Greens, and there's a bit of yellow, but it's greens. Phantom Flange Flinger. So this tune I'm going to play is called well, it's actually called the Atholl Highlanders March, but when it's played by the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders used to march in for this, the 5 Scots, then also the Black Watch 3 Scots. And when they play it, if they then change the name from the Athol Highlanders March to the Gathering of the Grahams. And the reason being, so those people in chat who are ex-army, perhaps, will be able to correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the Gathering of the Grahams is played faster because it is played at rifle pace. And apparently rifle pace, I'm trying to remember what my dad told me, rifle pace is faster than normal army marching pace. And that's why they have then up-tempoed it a little bit. I think that's right. Obviously, you guys who used to serve in the army can't confirm or deny that, because otherwise you'll give your identities away. But I'm just going to play you this before I start on my next one. And Cassius, I hope you like this as well. Oops. Oops. Here we go. And that's the Gathering of the Grahams, and that's in honour of Bonnie Dundee, whose story we've just listened to. Doesn't it warm your heart? It makes me just want to pull up a sword and start slashing away. There we go. That was the Gathering of the Grahams. Dorothy, I heard your dildo had rotted with all the dragon slime and shit. What's this about dragon slime? Eddie Gimpsuit, I'm a bit frightened of your picture. Oh, I don't like gimps. They scare me quite a lot. Right. So I don't know what you thought of that little story to start off with. But the next thing I've got is the story of the Hexham Heads. Now, I don't know if any of you have heard about this or not. I shall just wait and see if anybody has before I start. And I shall just make sure I've got the light on here so I can see my notes, because otherwise I was going to mess it up. Do you know, thank you, Catch My Ghoulies, but I can play that. I can listen to the pipes all night. I love them, especially the marching songs. And when my brother's regiment came home from Afghanistan, we went to watch, the homecoming, and they marched into the city with, playing that. Oh God, I just feel my my chest tightening when I hear the pipe music, especially when it's being marched to, as it should be. Ouch, who stood on my nipple? Hello and welcome. The blurt it stiffies. I have got no. That's a good name. The blurt it stiffies. I see people. Insult is live, broken toys, so that the only toys, sex toys covered in drugs. Oh my goodness. Oh dear me. Oh, well, I've missed that one. Flipping heck. Right. So, the next story I've got for you is about the Hexham Heads. And, oh, there's a Phantom Felcher. Oh, good grief. Another phantom. We've got phantoms everywhere. Phantom Felcher. Oh, that might be Porky. Oh, God, I don't know. Or Lisa, because she did want to know what it was. Yeah, boobies. Well, that's a good one as well. But I'm Catch My Ghoulies, Phantom Felcher. That sounds like an offer. Just look how you've got that written. Well, actually, it looks different on the screen because you're not blue on your name. See if that comes up highlighted on the screen. Yeah. Phantom Flangeflinger. I heard the colour of the tartan referred to the honour bestowed on it. Oh, what happened there? Some great names. I shall come back to that in 1 second. God, I'm missing all of it. There's that many different names in here. We were a pop band. Right. I think I've got it all. Now, let me see. This is hilarious. Broken wheel. I don't know about the, can we be the broken wheel? Okie dokie. I do not, right, let me see. I don't know about the colour of the tartan, Phantom Flangeflinger. There'll usually be some reference to well, can you hear me? Or oh gosh, what the hell happened there? Can you hear me okay? Right. Let's get back to that then. Something happened then. I was talking and then, you know, you get the little line around your face, but it didn't. Right, okie dokie, thank you. Blurt it stiff is interesting. Sorry, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not sure about the colours of the tartan meaning, you know, to a bestowed honour. I'm not a tartan aficionado, so I couldn't refer to that. Some of the tartans have picked the colours relating to, you know, like where they live, or it could be like, I think it's the Isle of Skye. You know, so they will have the colours of that tartan are supposed to signify, you know, the island and the sea and the mountains and the heather and what have you. So there can be different reasons why a particular colour's chosen, but I can't say. I don't know enough about it, so I can't say. So I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure that I can I could look it up and give you a proper gosh, I don't know what's going on here. Oh, my chat keeps jumping. I can look into that and give you a proper answer if I can get my tablet to work properly, which it doesn't. But I shall try. What I can do is try and do a little search for you and see if I can find any information. My dad would probably know. If I rang him, he'd tell me straight away. Let me just say. Little shits, pop band, we hear you good. Yeah. Ghostly dangly ghoulies. Oh, is that Nuff Nuff? Dusty Ghost Farts. I smell of hot garbage and I hear you. Okie dokie. Blurt it stiffy. I have some nipple guards for you. I'm swinging low tonight. Ghostly dangly ghoulies. Lovely. Ghost Farts, you've been sat streaming for too long. Right. we'll get on to the next little story, which is the Hexham Heads. Adie's bath night in Dorothy's coffee cup. Did they wear anything underneath the kilts? Right, well, here's the thing. Okay, now, in the Highlands, I don't know if this is everywhere, broken toys of an electrical nature. Has anyone seen my batteries? This is the thing. I don't know if it's the same anywhere else in Scotland. I can tell you what happens where I come from. Okay. The tradition in my little corner of the Highlands is that once a man is married, he will then put undergarments on underneath his kilt, unless he's going into battle. And unless he's at a ceilidh, because they do like back home, when they're at a ceilidh and those kilts are flying up, to give everybody a good view of the old stiff one eye. Read a book about English military history, and if a regiment has a yellow-coloured stripe on their belt, they fled in battle. I don't know about that. I do know that there is a very tiny yellow, it's a very thin one, but there is a very tiny yellow line in one of my, because we've got 2 lots of tartan in my family. One of them has, one of them hasn't. I don't know, and I've never heard that that particular line of the family ever fled in battle. In fact, they were quite the opposite. So unless it's just on their belt, you know, it's not actually on the tartan, but only on the belt, I really don't know. Do they always have a wet arse? I can confirm, yes. So yeah, as far as where I come from, if you're a single man, if you've not been married, and I mean single as in unmarried, you could have a girlfriend, it doesn't matter. But if you were an unmarried man, you were nout under the kilt. You let it swing free to the breeze. Once you're married, you then put your drawers on. However, as I said, ceilidhs and battle, it seems to all go out the window. AD's creepy tot ring. Hiya, Nuff. How are you tonight? Lovely to see you. Oh, wait till you see some of the names. They're brilliant. So you wear out until you've got that ring on your finger. That's it. Yeah, you can leave it swinging free. Now, I don't know, in other parts of Scotland it might be a bit different, but where I come from in the northwest, that's what happens. Once you're wed, the drawers go on. But I have seen my dad kicking his heels up at a ceilidh and seeing things a daughter should never see. I'm just saying. Because I can remember screaming at him at his 50th, going, "Where's your pants?" The danglier, the better. Hello, Nuff. How are you tonight? All spooky free, I'm hoping. That was from the Blur Tit Stiffies. Ghostly dangly ghoulies, the danglier the better. Right, so Nuff, hello, mother. Yeah, I thought you were in here already, Nuff. Ouch, you stood on my nipple. High enough, Muff. Right, without further ado, I'm going to ignore the chat for a sec, and I'm going to tell you about the Hexham Heads. So, Hexham in the northeast of England. In 1904, there were some very strange occurrences going on around the Hexham area. Now, there were an awful lot of sheep suddenly rocking up dead, you know, partially eaten, dragged away, scattered remains and what have you. At one point, the number of sheep being killed was adding up to like 3 or 4 sheep a night, which is a lot. Now, there were reports at the time of a massive wolf being seen in the areas where these sheep were going, were being killed or being dragged away. So it got to the point, and this is actually true. They were so convinced that it was a wolf of some sort, whether it was a wild wolf that had escaped for all the years, since they were apparently became extinct in the British Isles, or if it was one that had been, released or escaped. Now, don't forget, this is 1904. And they were so convinced that it was this, a wolf of some sort, that they set up a committee, and the committee was called the Hexham Wolf Committee, believe it or not. And they were set up to investigate what was going on and to try and deal with the problem. So they found out that somebody quite local, it's just the way they described it made me laugh, but somebody quite local was keeping wolves. So when they went along to this chap and made some inquiries, he did admit that one had escaped. So everybody started to blame it, on this particular escaped wolf and going mad at the owner. But he said, no way could the wolf that had escaped from his property be responsible, because it was only around about 16 weeks old. He said that it just wouldn't have been capable. It wouldn't have the skills, to hunt like that. And it definitely wouldn't be able to go through 3 or 4 sheep in a night. So there were a lot of sightings of this monstrous wolf over the weeks and days that this was occurring. Some people said it was a black colour. Some people said it was a tan colour. Some described it as a cat. Some described it as a large wolf. There were lots and lots of people out hunting it. So this Hexham Wolf Committee had set up, they were getting hunters, professional hunters coming in. There were farmers who were banding together because they all had shotguns and they were all losing livestock, and they all went out hunting it. But the problem was, even when they found these kill sites, there were never any tracks leading away. So there were never any tracks for them to follow and hunt this thing down. There were several face-to-face encounters. There was one where a professional hunter who'd come up specifically to try and find this wolf, he had spotted this gigantic creature, but it was at too far a distance for him to take a shot at it. And as he was trying to creep even closer, it just took off at great speed, bounded into woodlands and vanished. There was another incident of a couple of farmers, and they also had quite a close encounter with this thing. It kind of appeared in front of them, got a bit of a shock the same as they did, and before they could unload their guns at it, it had just, vanished. Now, later that year, the carcass of a large wolf was found locally. It was next to the train tracks, and this wolf's body was found in 2 pieces. So it had probably been hit by a train. And sorry, I just noticed a stinking clunch. Good grief. Oh my gosh. I've heard the wolves. There is a pack in the Cheviot Hills. I've heard them. There's a woman that feeds them, takes tours. All right, okay. Well, these though, they're, nobody was owning up to this. Now, they found this body and it was a large wolf. It was in 2 pieces. Looked like a train had run over it. I've seen a photograph of this as well. definitely a wolf. It definitely wasn't a dog. But eyewitnesses who then went along to view the body just said this was absolutely not the creature that they'd seen. They said there's no way. It was a big wolf, but this was not the size of thing that they had seen. There were people who claimed they'd seen this gigantic wolf walking on two legs. No, you're not, Nuff. Absolutely not. It's absolutely no problem. It's just that I do tend to get sidetracked. So I'm trying to make a point of just avoiding chat till I finish the story, and then I'll come back and read through and see if there's any questions or anything. So I'm kind of leaving you guys to your own devices, which is fine because you can all have a bit of fun and a giggle with your names. So yeah, all of these eyewitnesses, they said absolutely not. This was not what they'd seen. It had been standing on two legs, a bit like the dogmen, werewolfy, and they just weren't having it. But not long after this body was found, the sheep killing stopped and the sightings ceased. So then people started to say, oh, maybe it was that wolf that was found cut in half by the train. Yeah, maybe it wasn't what we'd seen. So all this speculation about this monster and this, devilish hound or wolf or whatever it was, or the tales of the werewolves, eventually they kind of died a bit of a death. And then as time went on, they were forgotten altogether. Nobody bothered to talk about it anymore. But in 1970, there were two young brothers. So they were, I don't know, I think they looked like they were around about, 10 and 12 or 11, 13, that kind of age group. They're only young. These two brothers in their garden they've been digging. I don't know whether they were planting something or just doing what lads do and digging holes to make a fort. I don't know what they were doing, but they found in the garden these strange little stone heads. And you can see photographs of these on the internet. Now, these heads they look quite primitive. They'd actually been carved out of stone. The weird looking little things, they actually look a bit like shrunken heads when you see, or the type of, if you imagine ancient carvings that have been done, sometimes you find the little stone figurines or you see they dig these up. They were very similar to that. But anyway, so these two little heads, and they were about the size of tennis balls. Now, hiya, Barbara. Just before I carry on, you might know about this, Barbara, because it's your neck of the woods. Have you heard of the Hexham heads back from the 1970s? The little stone heads that those two young lads found? So I'll just wait to see if Barbara answers before I carry on with this. But and Barbara, thank you for I noticed that, Porky noticed that he got a notification that you subbed to him, so thank you for that. Can I just ask people as well, while I've mentioned that before I carry on with this story, right, some of you may know, because I have mentioned this once before, I think, I've got I don't have OCD, but I've got a real thing about odd numbers. I can't deal with them. Porky's currently got 19 subs. I wondered if anybody who hasn't subbed to him could possibly sub and bring it up to 20, and then I don't have a breakdown. Because I can't. His just in case anybody would like to do that for me and stop me going completely deranged, his link is I've pinned it at the top of the chat. Yeah, it's up there at top of it should still be pinned enough, hopefully. Yeah, I've got this terrible thing about odd numbers. And I saw it, I looked at it, and I was like, oh, you've got 19. Oh my God, I can't cope. It needs to be 20. Yeah, please don't give me a breakdown dildo. I just can't. I just can't. Who will go on? saggy, strangling, stretched jeans. Who will go on date with me? I'm desperate. I'll pass. I will pass, but thank you for asking. We might find you a work. Oh, he's got 24 now. Dunny's got 23 now. What you gonna? Oh no, no, no. But Dorothy's dildo subbed and said it's up to 24. Thank you. I hate odd numbers. I don't know what the hell it is about it. But yeah, if I see odd numbers or there's an odd anything, I've got to make it even. They reckon we've all got a little touch of an OCD about us, though, don't we? So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so we'll go back to the little story. So these two young lads, Nuff Nuff is going to be doing a bit of ghost hunting, bit of paranormal, bit of ghost hunting. So we're going to go out to some like local-ish locations, and he's got the equipment and the yeah. But you see, Porky isn't like me. I'm a fanny, as you know. Porky is very very straight and very logical. So whereas I'd automatically be thinking that it was something, you know, I'd be like, oh my God, it's a ghost. He'd be like, nah, it's actually not. So he'd be more likely to debunk things before which is good really, because you don't want to just go, you know, watching a channel where everything's a ghost like bloody Derek Acora. So we don't want any of that. So it's going to be really good, but we'll do a bit of, you know, like the history of, you know, go to some good places, because I said to him I'd like to do the history, you know, if we go to a place or if anything comes through on this equipment that he's got, and I can do a bit of research and find out if, you know, these spirit box things have come out with true stuff, because he won't bullshit you. So yeah, so that's what it's going to be about. Nuff Nuff. Oh, hi, Marie. Hello, my lovelies. Took a break from YouTube tonight and watched a movie called Head Full of Honey. Laughed and cried. It was wonderful. I am OCD about uneven numbers. Did subs to Porky. Yeah, you did sub to Porky the other night, Marie. I'm glad it's not just me. It's just uneven numbers. They freak me out. Dot's Dusty Clang. I probably won't be in under this name. Someone is sure to attempt to blow out my cobwebs. Porky has the equipment. You heard it here first. Dorothy Dildo, yes, he certainly does have the equipment. Yeah, well, hopefully it'll be, you know, he's going for a bit of the old. Well, I'll let him when he's next in under his real self, because he's probably in tonight, but I've got no bloody clue who he is. I'll let him tell you all you know, himself. But I think he's going for serious investigations with a good bit of humour thrown in, and I've got a feeling that I'm going to end up as a humour element, just because I'll basically make a twat out of myself running from imaginary ghosts. Right, anywho, I'll go back to the story. So, these two little lads, they've found these two stone heads, and they've dug them up out of the garden. As I said, they're about the size of tennis balls. They do have the photographs taken. You've just sucked. Sorry, meant subbed. Thank you, Phantom Felcher. Thank you very much. And Porky will thank you. I can't believe his equipment is up for discussion. Tell us more, KMA. Well, I'm just going to say all his equipment works incredibly well. We've tried it out on a few occasions. Will you put my pick up, please? I want everyone to see my bulge. Did I mention I need a date? Let's put you up. No, I think Catch Me Ghoulies is Green Eyes. Dot Stinky Clunge. I think Catch My Ghoulies is Green Eyes. Oh my goodness. Dorothy Dildo must be Sheila. Marie, I haven't got a clue. I genuinely have not got a clue. I had some army questions earlier that I wanted Porky to answer, but he can't give himself away if he's here, and Mirror Man as well. So I don't even know. Although I think Phantom Manic Butts? Hang on, who did that? I think Phantom Flange Flinger might be Mirror Man. But we've got a lot of phantoms. We've got Phantom Felcher, Phantom Flange Flinger. There was another phantom in, wasn't there? Phantom Manic Butt Spanker. We've got 3 phantoms. You're all having a guess here, aren't you? Patch Ghoulies choked at that. Phantom Felcher. What did Phantom Felcher say? So, oh yeah, sucked and subbed. Dorothy's dildo has to be Green Eyes. Nah, I'm not sure. Ghostly Dangly Ghoulies, pissed myself laughing. Phantom Manic Butt Spanker, Marie, no. Marie, Dorothy dildo must be Sheila. Saggy's stretched jeans, is it tucked underneath? Phantom Felcher, Catch My Ghoulies. I could make a joke there, but I won't. Oh God. Saggy must have perfected the tuck. I have it now. Porky is Dorothy Dildo. I don't know, Marie. I think Porky is the Phantom Felcher. I've just got a feeling. Phantom Manic Butt Spanker thinks Dorothy Dildo is Sheila. Catch Me Ghoulies, go for it, Phantom. Dorothy Dildo. Saggy stretch jeans, love you, Moose Knuckle. Mouse Knuckle. No, it's not a Mouse Knuckle. Too many fucking phantoms. There are. Yes, Dildo. I have to pack my ham sandwich neatly, otherwise it's beef curtains. I think saggy stretch jeans is Sheila. Evening all. Hiya, Porky. I thought you were already in here, babe. Obviously not. Your evening chat has more active chats. It's picking up Porky. Can very well be Phantom. I just haven't got a clue, Marie. Bubbles chin stubble gives AD bum rash. Evening, Porky. Porky, while you're here, can you answer? Nothing. It just gets worse and worse. I've lost the plot. I'm going to have to give up my story for a second because I just can't. Porky, can you answer me a little questione, please? I was playing before because I wanted to make sure I'd got it right. I can't Google it because my damn... you thought I was already in. What have I not said that I have clearly said? Eh? You thought I was already in? I don't get that. What do you mean? No, I thought you were already in, but you weren't. My brain is just gone. What I wanted to ask you, I was playing the Athol Highlanders March on the pipes. And no, I don't understand it enough. I've got no idea, but he likes to confuse me. And it doesn't take much. Right. The Athol Highlanders March that I played, it was the bagpipe music. when it is played for when it was played by the Argyll and Sutherland Highlanders and then the Three Scots, the Black Watch, they changed the tempo, they changed the name of it to The Gathering of the Grahams, and it's faster than the original, same song, it's just played faster. So instead of being called the Atholl Highlanders March, it's then called The Gathering of the Grahams. And it's played faster because it's at rifles pace. And from what I could remember my dad saying is that rifles pace is a faster marching pace than regular army pace. Is that right? That was my question. Pork chop, cryptic clue, perhaps. Very probably Phantom Manic Butt Spanker. She wanted everybody. Dorothy's Dragon Ass wanted us to see the picture. Oh, thank you, Dorothy's Dildo. 23 in chat. Be sure to like and subscribe to Kiss. Oh, we got 25 now. Well, please feel free. Anybody who's not in, please come in. We are doing Phantom Fondle, I think the blur tit is Sid Vicious. Ah. And we've dropped down to 25. Not a problem. Right, so I will carry on just until I get some answers on my marching question with this Hexham Head story. Oh, sorry. Regular marching speed is 116 beats per minute. Quick march is 140. Howling Regiment's 112 or 120 with a band. No, but it's rifles pace. That's what my dad was saying, was rifles pace. He didn't say it was a Highland Regiment pace. He actually said rifles pace. Hello all, sorry, was being Googled. Thanks, lovely. Thank you. That's Bucket Vag. Oh my good grief. Yeah, I just didn't understand the rifles pace thing. Did you work out who my ancestor was, Porky, before I gave it away? It's commonly known as Bonnie Dundee. Very famous. John Graham. Right. So, back to my story. We've had a little interlude and I'll get back to the Hexham Heads. So, these two young lads with these little stone, weird-looking heads. There's a photograph taken of them and it's put in the paper and it's got each of these boys holding a head in the palm of the hands. And as I said, they're about the size of tennis balls. Now, right after finding these heads, both of these boys started to experience what could be described as possibly poltergeist activity. You know, things would move, they'd be touched, things would go missing. There were things, you know, being thrown around. Not to the extent of the Enfield poltergeist case that we discussed the other week, but, you know, they were getting some poltergeist-like activity. And this culminated in this particular night. Both of them were awake. They were in bed, but both of them were awake. And this half man, half beast creature appeared in their bedroom at the foot of the bed. And both of them were like, what the bleeding hell is this? It was very tall. It was kind of hunched over slightly. So it was bigger than the door, you know, the gap and the door frame. So you could say it was over 6 foot tall. Is a door's about 6'6", isn't it? Our standard door heights, I think. Please, anybody feel free to correct me if I've got that one wrong. But and it was standing there, just staring at them. They're both frozen with terror. And they said it then just turned around and left the room, and they kind of ran, I don't know why, but they kind of ran to look after it, and they saw it kind of just walking very nonchalantly out of the house across the lawn and vanished. Rifles pace 200 beats a minute, almost jogging. Yeah, well, that's apparently what it is. It's Rifles pace when they play the Gathering of the Grahams instead of the Athol Highlanders March. I played it before. So thank you very much for that. I just remember my dad saying it was a faster pace. Rifles pace is faster than regular marching pace, and it's particular to, well, it was to the Argylls and the Black Watch. Now, these two young lads, thank you very much for looking that up for me. I really appreciate that, babes. So these young lads, this thing with the half man, half beast thing that they saw, now they didn't describe it as looking like a wolf or looking like a monkey or a goat or anything like that. It was just half man, half beast. And obviously because it was pitch black in the bedroom. Now, not long after this, the parents got involved, and they handed over these two little heads to an archaeologist, or a historian, to look at and to try and determine where they might have come from. So they wanted to see, if they could date them, see if they were, ancient, if they were relatively new, how long possibly they'd been in the ground. Now, this particular historian who had hold of these, it was a lady, unfortunately, I don't have her name. She was looking at them, and trying to determine where they were from, the origins of them, if they were local, if they were very old. And she kept them at her house. Now, the first night that she had them at her house, she also experienced this half man, half beast apparition. She said, and her description of it is that it was around about 6 foot high. It was slightly stooped. It was black. The upper half of it was wolf, just looked like a wolf from the waist up. However, the lower part was totally human. She said following this, and obviously she then started to get terrible nightmares. Oh, thank you, Marie. You have a good sleep, lovely. You have a good night's sleep. Thank you for coming in and having a laugh. Hopefully we'll be able to reveal all tomorrow as to who's who in the chat, because I still don't, I just haven't got a clue at all. So this lady starts having all these terrible nightmares, and she doesn't see this apparition again of the half wolf, half man, but she is just not happy about it. Now, she then decides to announce that she thinks these stones, wherever they may have come from, that these stones are cursed, these little heads. She also tried to link them, now jump back, right back to 1904, when this initial thing had happened, with the sightings of this large wolf stroke werewolf type creature, when all the sheep killings were going on. And she thinks her theory is that, because obviously they suddenly stopped, didn't they? Now, people put it down to the dead wolf that they'd found on the train tracks. However, what she thinks is that just happened to be a coincidence. That could have possibly been another escaped wolf from the same guy, and he just not wanted to say because he's already had one that's gone missing. But what she seems to think is that these heads, considering what the boys have seen and now considering what she's seen in her house, she thinks that these heads are related to whatever this wolf type being is, this werewolf, dog man, whatever it is. She thinks that they were also connected to the original werewolf stroke dogman sheep killing thing that everybody was seeing around Hexham back in 1904, and that possibly some form of a ritual has been done over these heads, whether the heads were originally linked, just linked separately to this creature, and by burying them in this particular garden, this area, that had put paid to this wolf type creature running loose in the surrounding area, and the fact that the young boys digging it up had kind of negated that protection spell and had caused this beast to reappear. Now, it obviously wasn't intended to do the boys any harm, just the fact that it was watching them. The same as her. She said she was terrified. However, it didn't, it didn't try to do her any harm. It just scared the bejesus out of her. And the sad thing is that after this, she decided that they needed to be got rid of. And so she got rid of these heads. And to this day, nobody knows where they are. Nobody knows what happened to them. She's never let on. She's never told anybody. So nobody knows if they were given to somebody to take out of the area, whether they were buried, whether there's been any form of a ritual performed over them. Nobody has got a clue. However, once these heads vanished and were got rid of by this lady in whatever fashion she chose to, the sightings and activity stopped in both her home and in the home of the young boys who had originally found those heads. Now, again, if you want to look into that story, there's a lot of information about the Hexham heads online. There are also some good videos about them. People talking about the situation surrounding these little Hexham heads on YouTube. But yeah, there are some good stories out there. So if anybody's interested in looking into those any further, you can do, and I can point you in the right direction. So, do you want a bit of a laugh and a chat before I move on to the next lot of stuff? It just depends what you all fancy doing. Dorothy's crapalopa poopaloopy footweight. Chin stubbles give AD bum rash. You are Brett. Oh, what am I missing out of the chat? Fail tab at no lube for you, going in fucking dry. That's not preachy, is it? Oh dear, lubed and ready. AD. Oh. AD's creepy cat. No fighting, ladies. I'm waiting for my gadgets and pills. Oh dear me. Bubbles food. What's a fooper duper? Right, I've got to ask. What's a fooper duper? I heard this being mentioned the other night, fooper, but I didn't want to seem thick and ask what it was. So I would love somebody to tell me before I start doing the rest of my my stories, because everybody seemed to know what it was, and so I just thought I'm not going to ask. I shall wait to see if anybody answers me. Nobody? Right, I suppose then, I think Bam mentioned it in her life, but I don't know what it is. Yeah, she did, and that's where I heard it, but I was like, oh my God, I don't know what this is, because everybody seemed to... Oh, it's fat, is it? What's it stand for? Fat something perineal area. I don't know what a fupa do. What's it? No. Oh, well, I'm glad I'm not the only one then. Thank you. I felt like a right tit. Right. Oh, a fat front. Oh, okie dokie. Thank you. A front bottom. Right. Fat upper pussy area, I think. Fat upper pubic area. Ah, okay. Oh, like the monkey forehead. Okie dokie. Super duper. Right. I'm going to tell you now about another thing on Cannock Chase. Are we ready? There is a monkey for it. Yeah, I know. I can't remember. Was it Mirrorman who said that? Oh, have I, Dorrit? Have I? Oh, shall I go? Right, shall I come out and come back in then and see if that speeds me up a little bit? There was me thinking I was doing all right. Right, I'll come out. If I vanish, stay where you are. I'll be coming straight back and just see if I can sort out this delay. Right, let's see if that sorts everything out then. Hopefully, I will be up to speed with everything. Right. Now, who has heard of the black-eyed children? It's just chat is slow. Ah, okay. I was I thought it was me with it like a mahoosive delay. Right. So, black-eyed children. And it's something that Cannock Chase is quite famous for, along with all its cryptid sightings. Now, some people say children, other people say child, because one of the most popular sightings on Cannock Chase is it's a little girl. So some people say the black-eyed child. Black-eyed peas, they could be, dildo. They could be. However, I cannot confirm this. And I doubt it's going to be something I can find on the internet. So, I shall begin. Now, the black-eyed child of Cannock Chase is a little girl with black eyes. Now, and we're talking totally black. You know, there's no white to the eyes. There's no iris, pupil. It's just like full on black. AD's Bath night in Dorothy's coffee cup. Yes, but don't believe in them. Yeah, well, that's fair enough. Right. Now, Cannock Chase is also home to, as I've said before, the Dorothy Saginaw. Hello, Dorothy Saginaws. Welcome and nice to have you in there. Is it a child who wouldn't do as they were told? Yep. You would think that, Porky, wouldn't you? Oh, Porky, go and have a look how many subs you've got. Nah, nah, nah. Oh, look, we've got Cooper's used cushion. Oh, you need to go up here. And not Dusty Clanger. You've got a black clanger. Oh, and it's even got a photograph of a humpy dog. Oh, thank you. He's going to be so pleased. Dorothy Saginaw says, hi, pork chop. Right, so paranormal. Oh, he's here. Paranormal pork in the house, in the house. Oh, we need to give you we need to mod you, don't we? Oh, I can't do it. Oh, bugger. I shall do it later. Right, so the black-eyed child. Right, and as I said, because Cannock Chase is hi, Captain Spaulding. How are you this evening? Everybody's been incredibly silly with new names, so this is great having paranormal Porky. How many have you got now, Porky? Yeah, all good at this end. We've done I've done a ghost story and I've done another weird story, and I'm just about to talk about the black-eyed children of Cannock Chase. And then there are some cryptids that apparently hang out on Cannock Chase as well, which is an area in the Midlands of England, Staffordshire. But next week I'll be going back to my Viking history stories, so we'll see how they go down. Right. So, as I said, with Cannock Chase, so as we know, there's a lot of cryptid sightings. There are a lot of stories of aliens. We've got these stories, there's ghosts that are apparently sighted. And now we've got these black-eyed children. Now, the black-eyed child is supposed to be a victim of, there's apparently a diphtheria outbreak in the 1800s. And diphtheria, for those people, anybody working in the medical profession, you'd know that, with diphtheria, that will make people's eye sockets appear to be shrunken or sunk. Sorry, not shrunken, sunken. So that is kind of where people have made the connection with the black-eyed child and possibly the diphtheria outbreak. Now, a team of ghost hunters had this show called Haunted Finders that would explore Cannock Chase in the hope of catching some of these black-eyed children or this black-eyed child in particular on camera. And they did 6 hours out there, and then they claimed that they'd been successful. And there's a video that they took, and there's a lot of arguing over whether it's a hoax or not, because it does look as though the thing that they caught on this video is an animal. It shows a quick clip of them moving this camera around the woods, but in the background, you can see some human-shaped figure sneaking around. So, hi, Travis. Hello and welcome. Now, another person who was flying a drone around the farmland at Cannock Chase during the daytime, they claim to have captured one of these ghosts on tape walking around the forests. And the ghost that they captured, or said they captured, hiya Sheila, how are you? This seems to be that of a girl in a white, well, a pale dress, could be white, could be grey, with a shaded face that's really hard for them to make out. And well, basically due to the bad quality, you know, it's a bit like the Sasquatch videos, you know, they call them blob squatches because they're always like, the quality is always terrible, or nearly always terrible. So whether the legend of this black-eyed child of Cannock Chase is true or not, there are things being seen in the woods, and obviously we know there are an awful lot of things that are being seen, don't we, anyway? Some paranormal, some obviously not. But there was a hoax video, you know, that was debunked, and I'm just going to see if I can find a link. You have to bear with me 1 second. I'm going to see if I can find a link to that video for you all that I can post later on, just so that you can see you can see and have a little look yourselves and see if you think it is it's actually somebody moving around in the background or not. Now, they do some ghost walks as well, where you can apparently interact with these black-eyed children. Now, I don't know. Again, I'm not sure. I'm kind of whoever it was in chat, I can't remember who it was who said it now, that they didn't believe in it. Was it Dorothy's dildo? That they're not convinced about this black-eyed child. I'm not. However, I don't know whether I would like to come across one in the dark or pick one up on a camera or something. But again, you know, who am I to say it doesn't exist? Now, there's a fella called Lee Brickley, and he's been researching this for years. And I mean, he's you know, he is a leading paranormal investigator. So it's basically caused this whole black-eyed child thing. It's become a bit of an internet sensation. You know, it's a bit cultish. The child herself is described as having cold black pits for eye sockets, and it's identical to the reported sightings of it in the early 1980s. Now, these are like more recent. So this Lee Brickley, he began investigating after reports that the ghost had reappeared 30 years after she was reportedly last seen. Now, a woman had heard screams in, you know, on Cannock Chase, and came across this wandering, sightless child. Now, I'm just going to read you what she'd said. This was at the time the latest sighting. She said, "We instantly started running towards the noise. We couldn't find a child anywhere, and so stopped to catch our breath. That's when I turned around and saw a girl stood behind me, no more than 10 years old, with her hands over her eyes. It was as if she was waiting for a birthday cake." It's that kind of thing that a child would do. I asked if she was okay and if she had been the one that we'd heard screaming. She put her hands down by her side and opened her eyes, and that's when I saw they were completely black. No iris, no white, no nothing. I jumped back and grabbed my daughter. When I looked again, the child was gone, and it was so strange. Now, I just find things like that, they give me the creepies. They really give me the creepies. There is, let me see, there's another story that I was trying to write down, that I wanted you to listen to, because this was about the footage. So there's been a child. So this footage apparently shows a little girl, or this little girl, walking through the woods. So she's dressed in white. She's got hollow black eyes. And there was some footage that was taken by a guy called Tom Buckmaster, who was 23 at the time, and he is, or was, a paranormal investigator. And his footage shows a pale figure that appears to be glowing in the darkness. Now, the figure was caught on camera at around 7 p.m. on October the 10th. And this was after this chap had spent 6 hours waiting for an appearance. And this was what we were talking about before. He runs Haunted Finders with his father, David Cranfield, and his brother, John. And between them, they investigated reports, or rather, they investigate reports of the paranormal. And it's believed that the ghosts on Cannock Chase are of 3 children who were murdered by car mechanic Raymond Leslie Morris in the 1960s. So I don't know if anybody's ever heard of Raymond Leslie Morris. Now, during this ghost hunt that they went on, this chap had said, these guys are from Nottingham. Porky, I've got absolutely no idea whatsoever. I think that the paranormal theme went out the window long ago. So this chap claims that while they were doing the hunt, his team were chased by this ghostly figure. It threw a rock at them and warned him, "We're watching." He said, "It looks like a child dressed in white. You can see the legs moving as it walks. I didn't even know I'd captured the ghost until I went over the footage, and I thought, what the hell is that? You could hear running on the footpath behind us. At one point, a rock was rolled quickly from behind me and through the group out of nowhere. We use a device called a spirit box, which is basically a modified radio system. We got weird voices on there. There were footsteps and voices saying, 'We're watching, we're looking,' and then a male voice saying, 'He's coming.' The footage appears to show a small white outline appearing to be stood several meters away from the camera. Now, Cannock Chase is a hotbed for sightings and was hailed as one of the spookiest places in the country in a report in 2009 by a paranormal researcher, Lionel Fanthorpe. So, the next one that I want to have a look at is about the Pigman. Has anybody heard of the Pigman of Cannock Chase? This is one I'm not convinced at. Just before I start, I'll go back through the chat. We're getting them from Uranus. Oh my good grief. Fish my Mac flaps. What the Mike Hunt it? Phantom Fondler. I wouldn't normally talk to someone called that in the street, but how the heck are you? Phantom Manic Butt Spanker, Port Sharp. Went to school with Mike Hunt. I woke up with one and realised I'd married her. That's... Oh, hang on. I think that's Sid the Sexist. Mr. Itches. I'm behind the sofa. Nightmares are in the post tonight. Job done. Everyone has heard of the pig man. I'm here. Well, not you. You're not a pig. I have a pig man as a baby daddy. Phantom Fondler. I'm fine, having a lovely time. Apparently, you itches, Sid. I think... I don't know. I think that's Sid. Do you not think that, Porky? Does anybody know who anybody is? Because I haven't got a bleeding clue. Porky, I thought you were one of the phantoms. I thought you were the Phantom Felcher. But I don't think so. I thought, because we had two phantoms at the same time. We had the Phantom Butt Smacker and Phantom Fondler. So I was thinking that was you and Mirror Man. But then obviously you're here. And then we got Phantom Felcher, so... AD's Bath Night. Love me a bit of Lionel Fanthorpe. Blurt it stiffies. Did anybody see that? See what? Anyone see what? I think the Blurt it stiffies is Lady Witch. Oh, it could be, couldn't it? Not stinking clunch. I'm trying to work everyone. Yeah, I haven't got a clue who anybody is either. Is the Phantom Raspberry Blower not here? No. Good, carry on, nothing. No, you can't say nothing, can you? You can't do that. You can't say things. That's like somebody saying, I've got a surprise for you, and then you go, oh, what is it? And they go, can't tell you. Oh yeah, no, I get that one, Phantom Manic Butt Slinker, but I hadn't thought about that. Jury the Whispering Nun. You were all right about Dorothy. She's in... Oh God, that's Sheila. Let it stiffy. No, that's not Cricket. Oh, okie dokie. No, I think that's wrong then. I really just don't have a bleeding clue. Right. While you're all thinking it over, I'm going to crack on with me Pigman story. It's not about me Porky. So has anyone seen you? Yeah, I think I might have Mike. Okay. Now I'm going to start this off with a bit of a... You can't really call it a nursery rhyme. It's a rhyme that has been, children have been saying this for over 70 years now, which shows you how long this has been going on, okay? And this is the poem. When night falls, enter the woods at your peril, for inside lurks something that's worse than the devil. Avoid at all costs the gathering place where at midnight the pigman roams on Cannock Chase. Okay, so that's a poem, a rhyme that's been told by children for over 70 years. Now, since the 1940s, the pigman, which is supposed to be half man, half swine, has allegedly been spotted trottering through the Staffordshire beauty spot, and it can be heard like squealing and screaming at dusk. Now, one man has spent more than a decade of his life trying to discover if there's any substance to this this myth of the pigman, or if it's all just porkies, and not our porkies either. So this guy has been gathering eyewitness accounts, and he's absolutely convinced that this is it's true. Now, he thinks he's found some proof in a recent email that he had from the grandson of a former soldier. This guy says the human hog was a tale manufactured by military top brass to keep the public away from sensitive wartime installations. This guy, who asked not to be identified, as they always do, said he told me when he was stationed on Cannock Chase that he and some others had been tasked with spreading rumours around the local area about a human-pig hybrid on the loose in the woods. And he said this was a known military tactic for keeping civilians away from army-occupied areas. Yet, the pigman is still being seen. And Lee, the guy who's doing this investigation, he's still receiving reports on a weekly basis. So that kind of poo-poos the claims that the army was simply telling porkies. Now, he had an email from a lady called Claire, who, she claims to have had an encounter with this half man, half pig. She said what she saw was kneeling down in the dirt was this, well, she thought at first it was a man wearing trousers and a blazer but no shirt. And she said his face looked totally deformed. And she was saying it almost looked like he had a snout. There were another two people who said that they had to run away from it. They said the thing that they saw was 7 foot tall. From the neck down, it looked like a man, even to the point that it was wearing clothes, but its head was far too big for a human, and it had an elongated face with a snout-like nose. When because this was a couple, when the man pointed it out to his wife, said she became absolutely terrified and started walking more quickly towards the car. But that was when they started to hear this high-pitched squealing noise coming from behind them. Now, there's also another tale of a lad who he went out wild camp. Sounds a bit like Bubble. It probably does, Blair Witch. It probably does. Or Blair Tit, sorry, not Blair Witch. Now, there's another very recent report, and this was a lad who had gone out camping in the woods on Cannock Chase. And he reckoned that what had happened was he had gone with his friends. They'd all gone out. They weren't that deep into the woods, and they're having a few drinks. They've got a little fire going to keep warm and whatnot. And while they're there, some coppers rocked up and started telling them they've got to put the fire out. So this lad's saying, well, I know my rights and I'm allowed to camp there. And he went, no, absolutely not. Started having an argument with this copper. And he said the coppers just didn't take it any further. Now, he was thinking at the time that maybe it's because they thought they could bully them. And when they realised they couldn't, they just gave up and drove away. So he said that they continued the rest of the night. They had a few drinks, they had a smoke, they had a chit chat and what have you. The next day, some of the lads who were there had to go to work, but the plan had been that this one chap would stay there. He'd move the camp further into the woods so that, they wouldn't draw the attention of the police if they just, in his words, basically, if they decided to come back being dicks, they wouldn't draw attention if they were further in the woods. So while his friends had driven off and gone to do the work, he moved the camp. So he basically spent a good few hours shifting the tents, and then he's making trips backwards and forwards, because he's doing it all by hand and on his own. And he sets the tents up again, and this is all his own equipment, by the way, because his friends didn't have tents and whatnot. He had, the best part of a grand's worth of equipment, so he's carrying it all. He resets them up. He gets some shelter, made. He's got some branches and so on, and he gets a really good camp set up for them all. And he's looking forward to the evening. He's got a fire ready to be lit, and he said that after work had finished, the working day, and he's waiting for his mates to rock up, two of the friends turn up and say, actually, nobody else is bothering coming back out tonight, and we're not stopping either. And if you're going to stop, you're going to have to make your own way home, because we're going. So he got really peed off, this lad. And he's like, well, no, you need to stay with me, because I've not got, I haven't got any way to get all this equipment home without a vehicle. And these lads are like, well, tough, basically. So he said, unfortunately, he then had to leave the camp with all his camping equipment, which costs a lot of money, leaving it unattended, and go back to where they live. But he said he was really worried about it. The fact that all his equipment is left there, and he's ringing round trying to find anybody who will come and help him to get all his stuff and get it home again. And nobody had helped him, which I thought was a bit tight, actually. That's, some friends they are. Anyway, so in the end, he thought, you know what, bollocks to this. He could arrange to get someone to help him the next day. And he decides, you know what, stuff it. I'll just go back on my own. So he gets his own vehicle. He decides he'll just have to sort it all out himself, make several trips, and he drives back to the forest. Anyway, when he gets there, he just thought, you know what, it's a nice evening. I've got a book I can read. I can start dismantling the camp. I'll get it, get it more or less dismantled. So then there's only just the stuff that he's staying in. So everything else, he'll get back to his car, and then he'll just have a little bit of equipment to, carry back in the morning. But at least the lion's share will be done before it gets dark. So this is what he does. Right. So that's done. He decides, yeah, I was looking forward to spending the night out here. I don't care that I'm on my own. I'll do it. So he gets settled down. He's getting his book. He's got a fire going. And he said, later on that night, he hears something kind of snuffling around in the undergrowth. So he's thinking, it's possibly a wild boar, because there are some wild boar. He's thinking it's possibly a wild boar, or a badger even, because they're not exactly quiet. So he thinks he'll get up and have, because wild boar can be quite dangerous. So he wants to make sure that whatever it is isn't going to come ploughing through his tent. So he decides to just get out and have a look and keep his eye on. So he gets his torch. He said he flashes his torch around, and he notices that in the bushes there is something that's scrabbling around there. And he said that the light that's cast on it, it suddenly flicks its head round, and he said, this is a man crouched over, and as it's turned round to look at him, it's got this snout, and it matches these other. And he'd never heard of the pig man. He'd never heard of any of these tales of the sightings or anything. He said it had a snout. It looked at him. He thought, what the hell? And he said the next thing, it just lets up. So we've all heard pigs when they squeal. They do that high-pitched screamy squeal. The best way I can describe it as is it's like that, but 10 times louder. This scream starts, and he said the thing stands up and starts running up the hill at him, and he just took off. He said, luckily, keys are in my pocket. He said, I took off, sod the tent, sod my gear. I'm heading to the car. And he just went banging off to the car, got in it, and just drove away. he said, and he could hear this thing was running after him, but it was squealing all the time that it was coming. Now, when he then did a bit of research, he did come across this story of there possibly being, not about the army telling pork pies, it was about the fact that there was supposed to be some human pig hybrid that was part of some military experiment that had gone wrong. But that was the only thing that he could find on it. So again, he then had to wait for the next day, and he got a couple of mates to go back with him while he got his tent. Didn't experience anything. His equipment hadn't been damaged. It was all still there. Nothing had been taken. But he said he was, he's never ever gone and camped on his own again. He had done up to that point. Preferred being with friends, but yeah, so he'd never actually gone there again after that. So that is a story of the Pigman. Now, do you think that sounds very far-fetched? Do you honestly think? Let me have a little look now. Do you honestly think they or others stopped at Dolly the sheep? No, I don't. And I'll tell you another thing as well, Blurt It. There is a video, I have seen this, and it's not, although I was trying to stay in the UK, this is a video that's from Holland. There is a lad and his girlfriend that they'd gone, there's like a monument there, and it's in a really nice clearing. There are picnic benches around, very wet, what things are like in Holland, very clean. And it's surrounded by woodland. There's cycle trail, there's all sorts of stuff. They were filming this monument, and there was another couple there as well. Not with them, they just kind of bumped into each other, offered to take photographs of each other. This couple wanted a photo together, and then they offered in turn. And while the lad from our story is videoing, and he's panning around with his video, they start hearing this really strange noise. It's like a shrieking coming from the forest. And he kind of zooms in with his video camera, and you can see, standing behind this tree, and then it takes off, you can see behind this tree, peeping out at them, this face. And it's a weird face. You can tell it's not human. It's human-like, but it isn't human. And they try and follow it, and they're filming this thing as it's going, and it actually looks like a human ape hybrid of sorts. Now, there was somebody was investigating this sighting, to try and either prove or disprove what this lad had on video, and I think they were trying to prove that it was a fake, and he never actually managed to debunk it, because he did come across somebody who had claimed that they'd been involved in some that not far from there was a military funded lab, and that this lab had been involved in doing human hybrid experimentation, and that the thing that they'd seen was one of two human ape hybrids. Now, this one that they'd seen that had got out was actually, I'm going to say, okay. It was all right. The other one, however, was dangerous, and I mean incredibly dangerous. The fact that they couldn't go near it, it couldn't have any actual human contact other than from behind bars or through reinforced glass. Something in the hybridization process had gone very, very wrong, allegedly, with this second of these hybrids. So whereas one was more, that gorilla that can do the sign language, that loved the little kitten, it had its own pet cat, and that was a very kind and gentle soul. Was it Coco? Was that the name of that gorilla? Well, this one that they saw apparently was more like that. It was very gentle. It was quite inquisitive, but it was very gentle. But this other one had to be kept completely isolated because of the danger it posed. And this ex-military man who came forward under, the promise of anonymity, had said that, if that ever got out, if it ever managed to escape, God only knows what it would do. And he was saying, that there'd been recommendation upon recommendation to destroy it. And I think that there's that combo already on YouTube. Oh, is the fish in my McFlaps? It is frigging weird, but do you know what, Blurt It? If you watch that video and you hear the scream, it's chilling. And the fact that these are tourists, it's just this face. It's very pale, and you see it looking out from behind the tree, and it keeps bobbing out as though it's wanting to watch, but it doesn't really want to be seen. And when it realises it's seen, it's in shock and it legs it. Ghostly dangly ghoulies, I'm going to have to disappear. Poof! Oh, is that pork chop? Oh, I can't get... I don't know who anybody flipping is. Oh, actually, no, I can see pork chop. Why are we evil? Helen Chaptas? Oh, gosh. Oh, I thought, sorry, I thought Ghostly Dangly Ghoulies was you, hon. I just haven't got a clue. It was when he said, I'm going to have to well, it's when Ghostly Dangly Ghoulies said, I'm going to have to disappear. Poof! I thought that was you. Basically saying you're going to have to go and disappear because you're going playing games. Good night, Danglies. Okay. Vanishing Morgan. I conned everyone and Oh, hello, Vanishing Morgan. My phone charger died, so I'll be incognito once I turn the lappy off. Ah, no problem. Disappearing is a neat trick. Weird indeed. Skin. Danglies autocorrect. Oh. So yeah, so I don't know what I think. Oh, sorry, and the dog's off. Oh. My neighbours are having a little bit of noisy arguing. So hopefully they'll be quiet in a second. Coopy, it's all right, lad. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. I mean, what do you think? What are your thoughts on these these hybrid tails? I mean, I'm not so convinced about the pig man. I don't know that would. I don't know that. Yeah, that one probably wouldn't float with me. I'd be more inclined to think that it would be possible if they have the technology, but I'd be more inclined to think it was possible with a similar species. Like they do the. You can cross a horse and a donkey and get a mule because they are a similar species, although they've got different numbers of chromosomes. The same with, say, monkeys and people, possibly like orangutan or gorilla or chimpanzee with a person, because there is a similarity there, isn't there? They share a common ancestor. And the same as you can, you can mate dogs and wolves. Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm going to have to shut this dog up. Right, I've just shut him up. Oh, night ghostly ghoulies, please say who you are before you leave. That's from the Phantom Fondler. Yes, please do. Oh, is ghostly dangly ghoulies is Simple's meerkat. Ah, thank you, Dusty Clanger. I appreciate that. Yeah, Porky, tell your boy. He ain't listening to me. So that's yeah, so as far as the pigman goes, although, yeah, it's a good story, and I don't think I would like to hear something squealing in the night while I'm camping, but I don't believe that one. The black-eyed children, possibly. Okay, Porky, you're here but not here. I'll give you a ring a bit later if that's okay, hon. I think Dorothy's dildo is Simples. No, Simples is ghostly dangly ghoulies, or was the ghoulies. Yeah, ghostly dangly ghoulies is Simples. Mirrorman, I'm not here and not all there. Hello, Mirrorman, how are you? Did you have an alt? Did you come in as somebody else? Pork chop. He's done it again. Love you now. Fuck off. Thanks, darling. Love you too. You wanker. That's after me getting you subs, you ungrateful shizzle. We've got Chinstubble. No, it's not Simples. Hello, Mirrorman from Fishmine McFlaps. Blurt it, Stiffy. Oh, Robert. Yeah, he always says that to me. He does it on the phone and go, love you now, fuck off. But he does it to the dog as well, so it's okay. Back to drawing board. Mirrorman, nope. I've a major computer meltdown over the last 48 hours. Oh, yes, I believe you did. Porky told me. Yeah, love is in the air. He was very upset though. He felt like he'd been stood up. Yeah, you see, Mirrorman, I thought you were Phantom Manic Butt Spanker. Well, I thought that was Porky at first, then I thought it was you, because we had 3 phantoms. We had the Phantom Felcher, Phantom Manic Butt Spanker, and Phantom Fondler. So I was convinced 2 of those were you two, but obviously they weren't. No. Dot Stinking Clunge reckons she's got everybody pegged. Go on then. Do you want to say who you think everybody is? Oh, Porky, you've got your picture back again. Hello, everyone again. Now I have got this thing all reinstalled and set up again. Hello, hello, hello. I think I know who Mirrorman is, or does everyone already know? No, I don't know. I don't know, Blurt It. Dorothy's dildo, love Porky's picture. That's him trying to like look at the camera and look all astonished and startled. It actually doesn't. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I was going to say it doesn't really look like him, but it does a bit. Hang on. Right, Blurt It Stiffies Let me know who you think Mirror Man is. Dorothy's dildo will come back as me. Dorothy's dildo is Green Eyes. Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't know that was Green Eyes. I thought oh God, I can't even remember who I thought you were. Oh, for God's sake. Mirror Man is Mirror Man. Yeah, I know. I know. Can my head not look like me? No, it does look like you. No, I mean you don't look. You don't have your eyes looking all open wide like that. That's what I meant. Oh, hang on a minute. It's the computer. Fuck, I forgot. Oh God. Oh, you lot. Seriously, I'm gonna have a mental breakdown here. Dorothy's dildo was Green Eyes. Okay. Blurt It Stiffies. Is that Cassius? You put, haha, Mirror Man is Mirror Man. Yeah, I know he's Mirror Man, but who was he? Because he's cut. Or did he have two accounts? Because there's two. It's coming straight away. Nope, not me. And then hello again, everyone. Now I've got this thing all reinstalled and said, oh my goodness. I heard someone saying something about the computer. Sheila. Dorothy's dragging ass. Dorothy's failed tenor pad. AD's gimp suit bogeyman. AD's creepy cot ring. Saggy strangling tight jeans. Cooper's used cushion. Jura the whispering nun and Helen Chaptas. Were they all you, Sheila? Dusty Clunge was simple. Can I just ask a really serious question now? What have any of those names got to do with ghosties and ghoulies and things that go bump in the night? Oh, plus Claire Vanishing Morgan and myself, I'm fucking knackered. Who's the stinking clunge? Green eyes. I know, I think she needs some help. Sheila Miss Multiple Personalities. Phantom, oh God. Phantom Felcher. Beast Boobies, my cunt, she's the name goes. Bump in the night. Blurt It Stiff as Sheila. Yeah, a lot of people have a lot of questions for that ghost. Dorothy's tenor was the best. Begging your pardon, I go bump it in the night. There's this dusty clanger. My cunt teaches your name gets bumped in the night. Did Porky, did you actually come in as anything? Or were you just you? What did you just not bother? No, I think you did come in as something because you've changed your avatar for your real account, which means I think you couldn't find the one that you'd used on your previous ones. So I think you definitely had an alt, but I don't know. You've been here 3 times. Yeah, but were you all the phantom ones? Were you the Felcher and the Fondler and the Butt Smacker? Well, hold my McFlaps. That was a great amount of work there, Sheila. It was. Vanishing Morgan was great. Is Fish my McFlaps Cassius? I don't know. Clunge. I've got no idea. Dusty Clanger, only bang you will ever get. I've missed the story though. I have to listen back. I was in a hurry, so I chose a shit name. Also, it's in every comment I've ever made on YouTube. You still don't. I don't know. Blurt It Stiffies. I was the flange flinger myself, and I'm still here as another alt. Are you? Oh, come on. We've got to find out who Pork Chop is then. Is fish my flaps fingal? I don't know. Phantom Felcher. I was going to come as the ghost of Roger the anal foraging rodent. Ah, Phantom Felcher. That's pork chop, I think. Just call me Clunge. I like the familiarity. No Phantom Manic. The Blur's tit. I went into a chap still signed in as Dorothy's pork chop. So you're Dorothy's pork chop, are you, Green Eyes? I can't, or have I, oh God. Oh my goodness me. Yeah, I think the Phantom Felcher is Porky. And Mirror Man didn't come in as anything at all other than himself. I'm guessing, maybe. Green Eyes, no, not pork chop, beef curtains, I meant. Got pork on the brain. I bet pork chop is hoping Dorothy isn't connected to him at all. Well, yes. Oh my goodness. Porky Green Eyes is renamed. She's Dorothy's pork chop. I wasn't watching the chat, you see. I was trying to focus on my stories. And then every time I looked, there were like some crazy bloody names. Fishman McFlaps is Sharon. I really don't. Who are you, Clunge? I went into Bam's on the wrong device. Oh, is Bam live? I haven't got any I've not got a notification. Got stinking Clunge. I don't know. Oh God. She probably has seen him, Green Eyes. Because at one point there was like 20, I think there were about 28 people in the chat. I think that was the most it went up to. Oh, you was using a different device. Oh, right. Okay. Sorry. I'm just losing it now. My name is yet to be mentioned. Dot stinking Clunge. Let's have a think. Who have we not used? Sharon, Meadow. We know it's not Simples. Jen. I'm very easily confused, Mike. I don't even want to say that because it's Sid. Oh, do you think that's Sid? Who's it's just very easy to confuse Mike Hunt itches. I'm having to be so careful how to say that. Dot's Dusty Clang is Joe, that you? Dot Stinking Clunge. Nope. It's a Dusty Clanger, Cassius. I'm going to listen, unless you start all coming clean, I'm going to just play pipe music for the next hour. I genuinely don't think I'll last another hour. I'm getting what feels like it's a bit of a migraine because one of my eyes is Does anybody ever get that? An eye starts to jump. It's like flicking from side to side, my left eye, which is really weird. So Dot's Dusty Clanger isn't Cassius. Right, okay, we can reel that out. Do you know what? I should go through each one of them. Bubbles, chin stubble, gives a bum rash. Is that Jen? Phantom Manic Butt Spanker, nobody guessed me yet. I don't know. I thought that was Mirrorman, but it wasn't. Pork chop is saying love you again. Is that for me? Is that just because I'm really deranged? Are you the Phantom Manic Butt Spanker? The Phantom is Frida. Oh no! You see, I thought that was Cassius. Oh no! Or hang on a minute. Do you know what? I wonder if. Do you know, it would just be the type of thing to get Pork Chop and Mirror Man to have swapped identities just to really confuse me. I'm getting paranoid now because I'm thinking Porky wouldn't just put love you in the chat. He'd add it with something. Phantom is Frida. Oh gosh. Phantom Manic Butt Spanker, are you Mr. Shannonite? I don't think Mr. Shannonite comes in mine, Fish McFlaps. Oh, I'm getting really... Butt Spanker, are you Tisme? Oh no. We're adding more and more people. I bet one will be, I reckon, I mean, one of them could be Captain. And don't forget, one of them could be Julia. Remember when I said you don't pay attention? Yes. I can't help it. I've got a twitchy eye now, and I've completely lost the plot as regards who is who. I think everyone thought I was a man. I thought you were a man, Butt Spanker. I do remember when... Are you the Phantom Manic Butt Spanker, Porky? Mirror Man. I'm not me, and I never have been. Oh, are you? Oh, hang on a minute. Porky, are you Mirror Man? And is Mirror Man Oh, it's Fish Flaps Meadow. No. Oh. Oh, so right. So Manic Butt Pat. I don't know, Porky. I think I'm going to have a stroke. Seriously, I think I'm going to have a stroke. Oh, right. Coops, stop it now. Stop. Right, okay. So, Mirror Man is Porky. Oh. No, you're not me. You're you, and I'm not me either. Oh yeah, you need to come clean because I'm really having I'm literally on the verge of having a stroke now. Fish Flaps is voodoo. Is it Phantom Fondler? We don't know who we are. I don't know who anybody are. Yeah, well, if that's my pork chop, I wish I could stroke from here. However, as I don't know if you're really pork chop, then I'm not going to say that because you might not be. And then I would be telling somebody else the wrong thing, wouldn't I? Blurt it. I've never got this, but my left eye, it's actually started jumping. It's the weirdest thing. I've never had that happen before, and it is making me go a bit dizzy. And I think it's the stress. I think I'm on the verge of having a stroke. That's stinking close. Mike, I've got no idea. I really don't know. I think well, you can stay unclean, Dots Dusty Clanger. Tiredness, I get that when I'm really tired. No, I'm not tired. Hiya, Anne. At last, somebody who I know. Who is them, really? Okay, so we can all safely say, nope, Voodoo, I'm still knee-deep in securities. Hi, Voodoo. Right, we know you're not there. Okay. There is only one pork chop. Yeah. And are you fish flaps? No, no. Frida wants to know who you were, Anne. And hi, Voodoo. And sorry, I'm literally just on the verge of my brain giving up. Mirrorman, yeah, but it's not you. Because I have 4 legs, people think I can drone on the Capitol. Hey? Oh, that has just gone right over my head. It's probably a really good time, Voodoo Queen, for you to kind of not be watching this chat and doing something else, because you'll end up as deranged as I am. I'm really on the verge of a breakdown here. No word of a lie. And I do get very easily confused. To be or not to be, that is the question. Fish my flaps and prior to that, catch my ghoulies. Oh, Anne, well done you. I thought catch my ghoulies was green eyes. Sheila is Dot Stinking Clown. I know, Dot's Clunge. Anne had me completely baffled. That's dreadful that we didn't even, because you said that, didn't you? Nobody's guessed your name. You know why? Because I very rare. I know that you listen in, and I very rarely see you pop up in the chat. And I'm so sorry that I never thought to guess you, Anne. But well done. You had me completely fooled. Do you think you know who everyone is now? I haven't got a bleeding clue, Porky, or Mirrorman, whoever you are. I don't even know if my own boyfriend is my own boyfriend anymore. He might be somebody else. Mike, I don't even know who I am. In fact, I think I might be a figment of my own imagination. I would have never guessed either, Frida. I know who Frida is, I know who Anne is, I know who Green Eyes is, and I know who Sheila is. I've suspected that for a while. Michael, is that you, Porky? Are you Mike? Right, I would like you to answer me a proper question then. Is the pork chop, who has just posted, my pork chop, or is it somebody pretending to be my pork chop? Dot Stinking Clunge. If I don't hear my name, I'll never come clean. Right. Frida, it really is. I had The two lamest names as an incognito virgin. Oh, hippie chick. Is Dot's Dusty Clanger witch? I don't know. Whose were yours, hippie chick? Am I Hunt Itches or am I Pork Chop? Well, that's, oh, I don't know. I just said, are you Pork Chop? Joe, are you Dot Stink? No, kisses was hard to avoid doing. It's a habit, KMA. Are you sleeping okay? As it could be a lack of sleep. Okay, so you're my pork chop, not a pork chop. Dot Stink Lunch, no Sheila. Oh, good grief. Took you long enough, Green Eyes. It was inspired by you. Oh, hang on. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Oh, right. So Dot's Stinking Clunge or Dust. Mirror Man. No, I'm Pork Chop, not him. He's the man in the mirror. Huh? Oh, you was Bubble Chin and who stood on my nipple. Right, thank you. Got that one. And Anne was Fish My McFlaps and Catch Me Ghoulies. That was great. I thought you were going to keep this going longer. Who, me? Or other people? I still don't know who. I still don't know who anybody who you guys are, because I think you're fibbing to me. It could be Mirror Man or worse, Dot's Clanger. I Dusty Clanger is witch, right? Who's Stinking Clunge? Who's the tit? Who's Blur Tit? Oh, gosh. I might have to... Do you know what? I might have to ban these bloody... I don't think it's the real pork chop. No. Do you know why I don't? Because he put love you in the chat and then didn't follow. He never just says that. He always goes, now fuck off, like he's got on the screen. Mirror Man and Mike Hunt Itches, which one of you is Pork Chop? So you're not Pork Chop then? Oh. Who am I? You can smell me a mile away. Oh, no. Even Cooper's going to bark. Come here. Be quiet. Right, we should do these one by one. Okay, so who's Clunge? The real pork chop by... Oh, no, get lost. No, you're not. No, you're not. You do realise I'm about to throw an Aries tantrum. Because we like to win everything. We don't like failing at anything. And I am failing miserably in this one. I've not got anybody right so far. I don't even know my own boyfriend. Well, the real pork chop, that's definitely not pork chop. I'm usually watching and talking with my hubby. Well done, everyone, on keeping me guessing as to who you all were. I ain't got a clue, Anne. And probably, if I stick with the things in here, I'm probably going to take the wrong person away on Valentine's Day. Dots in Clunge. I got Green Eyes right, and I guessed one of Sheila's. I think I guessed one of Sheila's, but she had about 900, so that wasn't hard. Is Blurt It Stiffy's Cassius? Oh my goodness. Is Dot stinking clunge, Cassie's? I don't even know. Here, this'll make him come out the woodwork. Cassius, stand and be recognised. Come on, a Scotsman can't keep quiet when the pipes are playing. Mirrorman, who's the real pork chop? Pork chop, who can say? The real pork chop, I am. Oh, you bastards. I thought originally it was a Manic, but Spanker was Cassius, imagining the Manic was supposed to say maniac and he'd spelt it wrong. Sorry. Oh, no. You see, this lot are bastards. I've known these guys a long time, and I've got a feeling I need to go to the toilet, and I know damn well, and this isn't a hint, but you lot are such bastards that I know damn well I'll come back and there'll be 20 of you all with variations of the pork chop name just to try and mess with me head. And it's very unfair. Contention, that's an awful lot of chop to go around. I could be Cassius, then again I could be pork chop, then again Dot stinking clunge. I think blurt it stiffies is Cassius. I'm going for that's Cassius, I think. Dot's Dusty Clanger. Next week we will all change our names to pork chop. You can feck off. Okay, so there can be only one. Choppy choppy. There is a considerable amount of pork chop. Yeah. Well, actually, you know, I might be giving a few secrets away here, but there is a considerable amount of pork chop. Dot stinking clunge I could do with a good porking. Need to spread the stench. No. Oh, right. Blurt it. Are you Cassius? I think it is. Sheila, she's saying you're a fat bastard porky. Oh, Jock, where's your cock? In me spurrin, keeping warm. Yeah, we're all, yes, I thought you were. I knew you'd have to come out the woodwork once them pipes started to play. Brilliant. Are you fessing up to being a bloater there, pork chop? Do you know, usually I'd refute that one, but I'm going to let him do that himself. And guess what I was implying? Pork chop. I can't believe KMA is calling pork chop a fatty and still isn't sure which one is him. I'm not calling him a fatty. I was actually giving him quite a compliment. But now I'm not going to correct myself or anybody else because I don't know who he is. Who you is? I got a message from someone asking me if I had an alt. I thought, fuck, what have I done? Did you message someone by mistake, Cassius? Right, as we've guessed you, can you turn your names back? I'm not a bloater, well, not all of me. Oh, no. Kiss, who is Dot Stinking Clunge? I've got no idea, Frida. I haven't got a damn clue. I've got absolutely no idea. Apart from the people who've now fessed up and whose names we know, the only other person I know is myself. And I'm even doubting that. Blur Tip was Cassie's. Yes, Dorothy's dildo. And who's Dorothy's dildo? Oh, Anne. I'm glad you're chuckling. I'm kind of half laughing and half getting really annoyed. I'm being really petulant now. I'm going to do like a tantrum, stampy tantrum. Dot stinking, but I could be offended, but I'm absolutely not. Right, I'm going to say that Dot Stinky Clunge is Meadow. Dorothy's dildo is Green Eyes. Oh, is it? Oh, for God's sake. Lady Witch, maybe Clunge. The real put shop. When you look you in the mirror, do you sometimes not recognise yourself? Me? Thank you, Cassius. Lady Witch, not Clunge, was only Clanger. Okay, so Lady Witch was Dot's Dusty Clanger. Right, Stinking Clunge. So it's not Meadow. Helen Happy Thoughts. That Dusty Clanger was a good one. I look at the man in the mirror and don't see me. What? You know, there used to be that that joke about, and I can only say this because this was funny. You know, my family being part Irish, they did used to tell this story. You know, the one about how do you confuse an Irish? What was it? How do you get an Irishman to burn his ear? Ring him up when he's ironing. Right. This whole thing here is how do you get a Jackie to have a complete mental breakdown? This. I think I'm going to have a breakdown. Never mind. Oh. Pork chop is my... Eh? Oh, God almighty. Oh, yes. Thank goodness for that. Thank goodness for that. She was the stinking clunge. I was really struggling. Right, who else have we got? Another pork chop. With pork chops, there's too many. How many do you get in a pound? Oh, God. Thank God I just changed my name back. It was everywhere. I'm Spartacus. Another pork chop. Let me see. No, it's not. Right, we're getting some proper names back in now, so I'm feeling more relaxed about some of the names. So we need to work out who Mike Hunt is. Phantom Fondler is Mirrorman. Is that what you reckon, Green Eyes? No, I think Mirrorman is Pork Chop. I've purloined my name. I've pork-loined my name. Yeah, I was thinking that was Mirrorman. I said that before. Need to find out who Simples is. I think Simples has come on as the real Pork Chop. Oh. Now we've got another one, the one and only Pork Chop. I fucking hate you lot. Well, Lisa caught me last time with the typo this week, Hippie Chick 74. There are more pork chops here than at a barbecue. There absolutely are. So we've got the one and only Pork Chop. We've got Pork Chop. We've got the real Pork Chop. We've got another Pork Chop. Oh. I'm not Mike, am I, Mike? Stand up for me. No, you must be Mirrorman. No, I think you two have just swapped identities. I think Porky became Mirrorman and Mirrorman became Porky. Where's Meadow? I don't know where Meadow is. I think maybe Meadow... Oh. Phantom Fondler. I think Meadow might be Phantom Fondler. You don't know if you pork chop or not. And then we've got another what? Oh, fuck's sake. I don't know who Meadow is, Cassius. I think Meadow might be Mike Hunt or the Phantom Fondler. No, I think Meadow is Phantom Fondler. Cassius, there's four pork fucking chops in here now. And if they all think they're coming away with me for Valentine's Day, they've got another thing coming. There's only going to be one. There can be only one. Oh, is that Julia or Kathy? Phantom Fondler. Or, hang on a minute, who did we get in here? Liz. So if we've got new people, let's say either Liz, Liz, Julia, or Kathy. Kathy's not that new, so I'll say Liz or Julia. See, I was just going to come in on as pork. Oh, so you were gonna. I was just gonna come in as Pork Chop. I'd screenshot the pic, change the name. Then you said, could we all change back? Oh, well, all these other buggers are doing it, aren't they? The one and only Pork Chop. I'm the real deal. No, I don't think you are. But I'm putting up on screen Cassius's bastardness there. That's really mad and evil. Yeah, I think, who do we reckon the Phantom Fondler is, everybody? So it's not Di. That was a clue I gave you. There can be only one. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Can I be a sausage then if I can't be Pork Chop? You can be who you like, so long as I find out who is who. Phantom is Julia. Yeah, I think either Julia or Liz. And I think Julia. I'm with you on that one, Lady Witch. Cassie, see that one? Pork Chop. Done fucked up. They retracted it. Oh, retracted what? Because I can't see them when things are retracted. because I'm looking through StreamYard. Did anyone guess me? I was too busy switching. I only got one. Phantom Fondler. Yes, Phantom is Julia. Thanks, folks. I will change back. Thank you, Julia. Pork sausage. Oh, God. I don't mean it as in shit. I was just going to do it. I thought, what a nice thing to do. Right. I guessed you, Sheila, but not all of them. You're hilarious. She bloody well is. I was just losing the plot. There were so many coming in, I gave it up and just thought, I'm just going to end up getting my eyes all gauzy. Yes, very well done. Very well played. I love it, you bastard. Yeah. Crazy peoples. Mirrorman, I have no idea who I am now, let alone who anyone else is. Yeah, Phantom Fondler, Lady Witch, you got me. Well, at least you worked out how to change your name, Julia, which is great. Who is Nuff? I don't know. Is Nuff still here? Freed about Sheila. I thought you was Dorothy's dildo. That was Green Eyes, wasn't it? Dorothy's. Oh, God. I'll just have to rush it off to change back. Okay. I think that's Simples. I think that one with the 3 sunglasses there is Simples. Or maybe not. What else have we got? All I know is that I am not pork chop. Okay. The one only pork chop came in. Take no notice of these other pork chops. All wannabes, they don't have what it takes. Okay. Maybe Denny. Maybe. I think Denny would be one who would do a fake pork chop one. I don't think it's the one and only pork chop. If any of them is Denny, I think she would have just done pork chop. She'll be pork chop with the chop rather than his picture. Oh. Right, who else haven't we mentioned? Maybe it's just trying to find out who all the porkies are now. Can do a process of elimination. I definitely think one of them's Mirrorman. Hiya, welcome back, Anne. Well, this is going to be the one and only pork chop. Well, this is going to be awkward. Kiss back. You bastards! Good evening. I haven't missed anything. Right. But if you're offended by swearing, if there are any children around, mute right now. Please. Because I'm about to come out with a load of expletives and I don't want to offend anybody. But whoever has come in as me, you absolute motherfucker. Oh, were you pork chop again, Anne Westwood, you little bugger? Oh no. Helen, I'm on the verge of having a nervous breakdown. Just been having a huge shit and now I seem to have missed the fun. Oh, good grief. Oh, What the hell? Not that other fella pretending to be me. Green eyes was the dildo. Proper laughing now. Disclaimer, not for kids. Yeah, it definitely isn't for kids. I can't believe one of you's coming as me, you pieces of shit. The one and only pork chop. Kiss my ex. You, me, and a bottle of wine later, yeah? Now, well, no. So you're not pork chop. Fraud. Do you know what? I should start banning people, shouldn't I? Banning accounts. Or timing them out. Oh my goodness. I'll tell you what, I'm really going to be glad to have a break from YouTube after tomorrow. I'll be away from here. I'll be missing for 4 whole days. What's this? Whoever other than KMA is, better come clean. I haven't got the energy for 2 of you. The real pork chop. I don't like wine. Neither do I. I think I think the real pork chop is Simples. The one and only pork chop. Helen Happy Thoughts, bitch. The real pork chop. I have the energy. Oh my goodness. Well, if the real Porky is actually still listening, now that you've got an extra Kiss My Axe, this is kind of going back, this is what you could have won thing that you could have had if my identical twin hadn't died at birth. 2 of us. I know. Do you know what? I may as well just make myself defunct. Hiya, Julia. Welcome back. That was a fucking nightmare on one device. Yeah, I can imagine that was, Helen. Flipping between them both. This is why I can't do an alt. I just would be absolutely garbage. Pork chop, kiss my axe, do you snort? Nope, I don't. I beat you that time, the fake kiss my axe. You'll come with me then. Okay, you're not the real pork chop either. Helen, don't forget you can only change your alt so many times in a month or you're stuck with it. Oh no. Oh, is the kid? Oh God. She's lying. She does, but always denies it. No. That's Mirror Man. The real pork chop. Mirror Man. Oh, fuck, I didn't know that, Green Eyes. Let's have a look. Helen, don't forget. Oh, yeah. Ha, ha, ha. There you go, then. Look what Green Eyes just said. Don't forget, you can only change your alt so many times in a month or you're stuck with it. So, right, all you clowns. Want to be stuck with Dorothy's beef curtains, do you? That Sheila Fox, he absolutely is. Sheila, uh-oh. You'll not have to take part anymore, Sheila, now after that. I actually think you've all enjoyed Bollocks, I'll behave. Right, okay. Does that apply to my own name? I have a smoke alarm fitted, so when I burn dinner, the kids think it's the dinner bell and come running to the kitchen. Really? That's tis me. Bedtime clown. Oh God, I don't even know hippie chick. Is bedtime clown one of the porkies? Oh God. Cassie's. Oh shit, that's right. I don't want to be known as Dot's left dodgy nipple. I think Kiss My Axe is tis me. Wouldn't Tismy know there are no kids though? Yeah, but Tismy's got kids. Could be worse, could be one of the bollocks. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. One of the flaps of Satan. The real put shot. Well, you guessed right. When I look at my reflection, I see the mirror man. Oh, so the real pork chop is Mirror Man. Or Tisney. Denny. Did I get that? Oh, what? Do you know what? I think you guys have probably had more fun doing this than the ghost stories and the ghoulie stories. Yep, as in it's Mirror Man. Or yep, as in Denny. But no, I think Denny's Kiss My Axe. When you change your name, it appears on all comments you have ever made on anybody's channel. Oh, there you go. So everybody who's been in as like dusty clangers and stinky clunge. Mirror Man, so you were the real pork chop. Okay. Thank you. I think, if I can trust you. I can't believe we've done nearly an hour of me having a meltdown because I don't know who anybody is in my own damn chat. Cassius, I was all shit when I was asked about my alt. I went into flight mode. Yes, until you change it back. Okay. Well, there's a lot of stinking clutch comments out there. Serious chat and Dorothy's beef curse comes up. Cassius shithouse. And a lot of Dorothy's dildo. Oh my goodness. Did we work out who Mike Hunt was yet? I can't remember. I don't want to get stuck as AD Skimpsuit. I know that when I got a message, I thought, Shell, Mirror Man, you don't need to change your primary channel name. Just create an alternative channel. Who knows? We should pair up. Right, I'm not being funny now. I'm banning all future alt nights. I just think it's just mean. I'd be ripping my ear out if I had to guess. Cassius, this is why I'm currently twitching. I've got my left eye's jumping. I've got a banging headache. I'm dragging on this vape like I'm dragging, like a normal person would be dragging Dingo Dave off the mam. But you know we will. Oh, ignore you, Kiss. Should that be ignore you? Random names will pop up from time to time. I know. Kiss my axe, so who is who? I think you're Tismy, Denny. You can't ban it, Kiss, you know. I know. No, maybe I could. Let Dot clap back, but put shite in around first. Yes, Sheila, we are bastards and take no notice. Yes, I know. Because you know that I'm not bossy. Kiss my axe. You're Tismy or Sheila. I think it's Tismy. I think it's Tismy Denny, that one. I think Tismy Denny sat there with a can of wife beater and she's gone, I'm going to go on as Kiss my axe and piss her right off. My alt would get me into more trouble if I used it here. No, I definitely think though. I think at least, yeah, maybe one alt night a week. Maybe we should ban it during the week, and other than on the designated day, and then it's just everything. No holds barred. Come in as what you like, and you can just all cut loose. Not in the way that Cassius cuts loose, because you know. I liked the Cooper one though. I just need to make sure though, again, even though he is a bastard, because I still don't know who he is, can I just ask if everybody has, or if anybody hasn't subbed to Porky's channel, which is, I've got it pinned at the top of the comments. Could you do me a little favour and give him a sub? There isn't any content yet, but it's coming very, very soon. But I want to try and, or we want to try and get him some, a decent number of subs for when he does his first paranormal evening. Seeing as how you've all driven me completely demented tonight with all of these. Oh, thank you, Helen. Thank you. Because and only one incognito name allowed. Yes. Oh, thank you, Anne. Thank you. Oh well, yeah. That's a, yeah. You have to do a camel toe, haven't you? Saggy, not dragging it like saggy. And then eventually it was Porky's up to 32 now. Oh, yay! Oh, thank you, everybody. Thank you. And I know some of those will be, because we had quite a lot of people watching as well tonight. Obviously, people have found it quite, funny. You was Phantom Flange Flinger. Thank you. Yeah, I know you did, Cassius, love. Thank you so much. You was Mike Hunt Itches. You see, that's threw me because you put your real. You was never Mirror Man. Was Mirror Man just trying to wind me? No, because you two will have been chatting, won't you? Saying do this, do that, and throwing me off the scent. For gosh's sake. But I thought there were 2 Mirror Man accounts came in. Pork chop, fancy you being a flange. I know. I know. So it was Phantom and Mike Hunt. Yes. The Phantom Flange Flinger. Oh, good grief. Who was the Phantom Felcher then? I don't know who Phantom Felcher was. And I'm also Kiss My... You little shit. I was convinced that was Tismy Denny. You absolute nightmare. Is that why your real photo came back up though? Because you changed your you had to change your avatar, and then because I think I did that once before, and I couldn't find the picture that I'd replaced my original avatar with, and had to go back to the original one. Kiss the real pork chop. Yeah, but yeah, we both had the same idea to do that, but he beat me to it. What, to do the Kiss My Axe account, Mirror Man? Well, Porky, have you seen how many subs you've got now? 33 subs. Thank you, everybody. Can you hear the calm returning to my voice now? I was getting really frantic because I didn't know where anybody was. That's a typical tip, because I'm not typically Aries in a lot of ways. Like some Aries can be, if you read what that star sign, some of the traits are, some of them are like selfishness, and well, Porky will tell you that I'm not selfish, neither's he. But one trait I do have is when I'm getting wound up to the extent I'm getting wound up at, and I can't win at something, I start getting really anxious. It's like it's a really bad trait. It's like I won't play Monopoly just because of that, because if people start owning more property than me, I want to kick the board over. Kiss my ass. Thank you all for looking after my pork chop. A really lovely night. Thank you for all the giggles. Kiss my ass for the stories in history. Oh no, thanks for coming in. But next week, I'm not going to be. I might be online tomorrow night, but then I won't be back online until probably Thursday of next week. But I am going to go next Thursday. I'm going to carry on with my me Viking stories, because I've left them for a little while. Oh, it's been lovely to have you in though, Anne. It's really nice to see you. Thanks so much for joining in. Sheila, Paranormal Pork, that's Paranormal Pork himself, I'm presuming. That was you coming in on your own account, wasn't it, Porky? You nearly messed up in the first one by saying good morning. That's it, though, green eyes, isn't it? You're like me. You don't do deception very well. That's why I ended up, well, as you know, that's how I ended up having to come clean about who Porky actually was, because I just couldn't. I was tripping myself up all over the place. Sheila spotted it, as did Lady Witch, and I think there was a couple of other people, but I've lived a time away. Night, everyone. Take care and stay safe and well. Night, night, and love. Thank you so much. Hopefully we'll catch up with you next week. Thanks a lot, darling. All right, yeah. So that was actually Porky on his own channel. Well, his new channel. The one with the grand total now of 33 subs. So anybody who's sitting in the cheap seats who aren't in the chat, which is absolutely fine, you don't need to join in. But because we've now got an uneven number again of subs for Porky, can you give him a sub, please? I can't deal with odd numbers and the stress that I've been through tonight. I hope you can all realise I was a woman on the edge. And, you know, just to save my sanity, I would appreciate somebody giving him a sub to bring him up to 34, because I cannot cope with odd numbers. Thank you. I appreciate it. Look at it as my, do you know what? That's my thing, isn't it? Because I'm not monetized. Instead of having a Patreon or a PayPal or what they call super chats, not that I'm a big enough channel to anyway, I should say, my payment would be, if you've enjoyed what you've listened to tonight, if you've had a bit of fun with us all, please drop a little something in the tip jar in the form of a sub to Paranormal Pork, which is pinned at the top of the comments. How's that? I think that's a fair trade, don't you? Not that I should be doing him any favours for nearly giving me a breakdown, but you know. Oh, just have to plug my phone in because we're about to go flat. Oh, bear with me a second. Right, hopefully that works. So, apart from all the hilarity, what did you think of the stories? You had to think about your emoticons. Oh, yeah, I know what you mean, green eyes. 5:30 in the morning, good grief. So, I was trying to follow the chat, but I was trying to read my stories as well. What's next week's topic, Kiss, just so I can get my alts ready. Well, I'm going to be going back to my Vikings. I'm going to do the Vikings because the Black-Eyed Kids. Yeah. Again, I know Simples was saying that, was it Simples who said they weren't that sure on them? But there's a little tale here, because when I was talking about the battle, you know, at Killiecrankie, well, my father reckons that because I forget how he ended up down there. There was a reason. I don't know if it was, I think he'd had a bit of a reunion with some of his, you know, the fellas who he served with. I can't remember, but anyway, for whatever reason, there was about half a dozen of them ended up going to Killiecrankie. And he reckoned, I don't know whether I believe him or not, he reckoned that he thinks he heard the pipes. He reckons he heard the pipes playing in the distance. But I did say, yeah, but you know what it's like up the Highlands. You know, you get, I mean, anyone who's been up there, and Cassius can confirm this as well, you drive through anywhere in the Highlands on a deserted road, anywhere, you'll come across some random man in a kilt playing the pipes. They'll just be standing in the most bizarre remote spot ever playing the pipes. And I love that. There's always a fella stood looking over Eileen Donan Castle. And he sells like tea towels and things. He's got a really old knackered camper van, like one of those Volkswagen Dormobiles. But they do the, you know, really random places. You get near Glenfinnan where the big bell is. Funny the effect that Tennant Super has on your hearing. Yeah, well, it is more likely to have like 80 shilling or single malt. But yeah, he reckoned he heard the pipes. But I said there was probably somebody parked up on the main road, or it's come down. The sound of the pipes has come down the glen. But he reckoned that he'd heard a phantom piper from the Highland Army. That's what he reckoned anyway. I'll let him have that. But then again, my dad's the one who pretended Morag the Monster had caught him on Loch Morra and pulled him under and had us all like suicidal as children. So, that's me daddy, who incidentally, everybody, he has gone today. My brother has had to go back. So my dad is currently staying with my Uncle Hamish. And my brother gave me a ring before and said they've already nearly come to blows. So this is going to be hilarious to see how he gets on over the next week or two. I had a red eye once, burst a blood vessel in my eye. The white of my eye was completely red, looked horrific. It was at Halloween. People thought I'd done it for Halloween. Well, at Frida, that's happened to me. When the side of my face got smashed up because I'd fractured my eye socket. Well, all the left side of my face, I had to have plates put in it because my skull was fractured, eye socket, cheekbone, my nose, my jaw. It was really bad, and the whole white of my eye, everyone kept calling it a demon eye. It was really horrible, and it was like that for weeks because it doesn't go quickly, does it? It was really bad. That didn't affect my vision though, but it just looked as scary as shit. I think they've got a hot water bottle up the kilt. So, what was I saying then? Yeah. So next week, I'll think probably Thursday, I'm going to do like the north of England bit that I'd missed out. So the Vikings in the northeast, in Cumbria, and along the borders. Going to have a go with that. Experiments and hybrid. Yeah. I'll find some more about that because there's a really long story about the investigations that the guy did, on that tale coming out of Holland and what he managed to find out. And he's got a lot of like facts as well, a lot of names and dates and locations, and that other people have managed, they've corroborated all this information. So yeah, there was it's something, as I said, as far as like pigs and so on, no, hybridization, I don't believe in that. However, as I said earlier, I'm not ruling it out on, similar species with a common starting point, shall we say. So maybe the likes of humans and ape, the great apes, which we're very closely related to. Because the one we're actually, people always think chimpanzees, and the one of the great apes that we're most related to and closest to is the orangutan, believe it or not. It's not the gorilla, it's not a chimpanzee, it's actually the orangutan. So maybe, is that a possibility? Yeah. But I think it's quite a dark subject, that. I think it would make people, not something for everybody, I don't think. I think that would be a specialist live. Yeah, maybe like Boudica, probably wouldn't get that many people coming in on that particular night, which is fine. I don't mind at all. I'm not here about the numbers. It's just about, what people are enjoying. But because you've only just started watching, but I do quite a bit of history. So I've started doing a series on Vikings. Because if you've ever seen my About Me, I'm Scottish Norwegian origin with a little bit of Irish thrown in there. So I've got a real love of all things Norse, Viking history, the Viking legends, Norse mythology, anything like that. So I've been doing some lives for for these guys. I try not to make it boring. I try to make it interesting and not too long. My segments have usually been, anywhere between half an hour and an hour. Kiss me. You still coming in as me, babe? We get a little English put in there from time to time too. Well, actually, isn't it English of Irish origin? Celtic, should have said Celtic. Can now use pig hearts for transplant. Well, actually, I know that the military do, because pig's blood as well. That's another thing. For well, actually, Green Eyes will be able to answer this probably. I know Simples is gone, but if there was a real shortage of blood for, in wars, accidents, big tragedies, you could actually use pig. Actually, no, is it pig blood or cattle blood? I think, no, it's cow blood, isn't it? Oh, hello, welcome back, Sheila. Oh gosh. Well, actually, Kiss My Axe. If you're available to do any form of Googling, I'm pretty sure it's bovine blood that's close to human. But I know there's one of them, and like I said, I was going to say pig, but I'm now that my memory's coming back and me stress levels are dropping down. I'm thinking that it's possibly bovine. About 10 years ago, my father was found to have a deformed valve in his heart. They replaced it with a valve from a pig's heart. Right. Oh, so I'm wondering if that's what they did with my nan, Mirror Man. I can't remember now because she had, it was a mitral valve. She had as a child, I think I'm wanting to say rheumatic fever. I'm sure it's rheumatic fever. She was one of 13 children, my nan, and they'd caught, and like I said, I'm sure it was rheumatic fever, had gone round. I think there was 4 or 5 of them had caught it as children, and all of them ended up with this issue with the mitral valve, and apparently it was as a result of having this. And I'm pretty sure, as I said, I'm pretty sure it was rheumatic fever. But she had to have a mitral valve replaced. That could have been from a pig, maybe. Sami history is very interesting. Well, actually, Cassius, part of my family is Sami, which you can probably tell if you look at my face, because I've got well, Porky can tell you that I've got quite high cheekbones, but the kind of flat, if you see what I mean. My face, it's like flat face, but my cheekbones are quite high, or pronounced, shall I say, and quite wide spaced eyes. So yeah, I've got, my mum looked very Sami, even though this is, but yeah, she had a very, very Scandinavian look, whereas I yeah, just a bit. You can kind of tell where we hail from anyway. Sheila, LOL, was you really stressed? I should have kept mine all secret. No, that maybe would have given you a panic attack. Yeah, I was coming close. It was more because I didn't know. I was thinking Porky was Porky, and then he wasn't, and there were so many of them. And then obviously the Kiss My Axe came in, which now I know is Porky. Yeah, pig valves common. They have just made a fully functional mechanical heart here in Australia. Oh, have they? Kiss my ass, Porky. Blood product from cattle wins approval for use in humans. I've heard of that. There's something they're trying now, a pig's heart. I think it's some of the DNA they change. The raw hemoglobin used in Hemopure is harvested from US beef cattle bound for slaughter. BioPure requires the farmers to keep records of the cow's origin, feed, medical history, and condition. The company says that its purification process removes infectious agents such as HIV, hepatitis C, and transmissible spongiform and encephalopathy agents. It's amazing, isn't it? All of these things they can do now, and then you go back to something like probably about 1918 or a little bit later than that, probably a little bit later. And one of my granddad's sisters, as a little girl, died of infection caused by an abscess on a tooth. How sad is that? One is made out of titanium. Gosh, the wonders of modern medicine. No, it's fantastic what they can do nowadays. But yeah, I can do, as Cassis was saying, I could do a little bit on the Samis. Sami cultures, but it's very, very interesting. I've met some of, obviously, the distant relatives, because at first I was wondering if that was possibly where the little bit of Finnish DNA is that I'm 7% Finnish, 71% Norwegian, 7% Finnish, and the rest of it is British Isles. But I wondered if that Finnish came from maybe the Sami, just because of the region where the Sami live. I really don't know. Who can say? Oh, well, you lot have given me a good old laugh tonight, albeit I was on the verge, woman on the edge. Well, I have, what's that? I still can't give blood in Australia due to mad cow's disease in the UK. Really? Wow. There's now I was just wondering then, is because with the cattle, you've got other things that are carried by cattle, haven't you? So things like brucellosis, but I don't know if that is carried in the blood. Because I just remember one of my auntie's friends when because we had a house cow, and obviously, so we were drinking raw milk, and she had caught brucellosis years and years earlier. Bear in mind, my auntie's 78 now, coming on for 79, and a friend was a similar age, so she'd caught it like way back drinking unpasteurized milk. And she used to, she was always nagging, you don't know what you do, you're drinking unpasteurized milk. Well, obviously none of us ever got ill off it. None of us ever got brucellosis, but I wondered if that was kind of bloodborne. Never looked into that, to be honest. And you've got the full issue as well with cattle with TB. Although I wonder what the situation would be. Again, I'd have to bow to somebody else's superior knowledge, and probably the question I'm going to ask will be rather ridiculous. But if a cow that you're going to use its blood for to give a transplant to a human in times of need, if the cow had TB, but the person had been inoculated as a child against TB, would they become infected with it or still remain immune if the blood that they were given from a cattle that was in from a cow that was infected with TB? Would your inoculation mean that you wouldn't catch it? Or could you possibly catch it because it's been directly put into your bloodstream? Just wonder how that would work. Green Eyes, my mum wouldn't eat beef for years because of mad cow disease. Well, Frida, I wouldn't eat lasagna and I wouldn't buy mince and stuff for years unless I knew. This is what started me off eating organically and only buying it directly from butchers where I know where the meats come from, because of all that with, you know, like Tesco, Asda and all those places having chopped up horses in lasagnas. That was awful. And, you know, possibly I've eaten some, but that's like cannibalism to me. The things we do. Make sure I've not missed any comments. Wouldn't visit my mum for years because of mad cow disease. Frida, co-op is good, RSPCA approved. Actually, Frida, the co-op, I think I told you all, do you remember in chat one time? I won't buy meat from a supermarket. And the reason I won't buy meat from supermarkets is when it all came out, you know, that we were being sold halal meat, which, you know, it's terribly cruel, you know, the way, you know, animals are slaughtered for halal. And I was sending emails to all the supermarkets asking them, did they sell this? Did they sell that? And the co-op were the only ones who replied. I mean, I'm not saying that any others don't do it. I mean, I did get replies from some of the supermarkets saying, yes, we sell halal meat. The co-op don't. And they have actually got it on the website as well, because they are really big on animal welfare. So I can tell you that anybody who's you know, who does eat meat, you can't afford to buy organically or from butchers because it is expensive. But if you know, you want to avoid halal meat because, you know, for the welfare reasons, then you can buy from the co-op because they do not stock. All their fresh meat is, you know, they've guaranteed that it is not halal slaughtered meat. So if you're worried about, you know, the ethical slaughter, then yeah, the co-op's a safe one to go to. And that just before, in case anyone's listening and wants to make any comment about it being a religious thing, you know, that I'm anti this or that. No, I'm anti animal cruelty. So just get that out there and we'll leave that there. And that's the only reason. So I think, guys and gals and crazy people and everybody with alts who've driven me completely mad tonight, I think what I'm going to do is probably close this one down in about 10 minutes. If I call it, it's coming on for 20 past 11 here. If I call it a halt at past, only because I've got a headache coming on. Oh, what's this? Dirty Daughter's gone live. I bet she's been watching It'd be hilarious if she has live streamed. Oh, keep an eye on then. I'll stay online for a little bit. We did have a lot in chat. You know, there were an awful lot of watchers, probably a lot of hate watchers, Sheila. I mean, I think we were close on 30 at one point, which is quite a lot for this little channel. It would, hippie chick. I wonder if, let me see if I can, or if anybody's got another device that they can use and watch it on that. Keep us posted. Listen, we didn't who owned up to being the Phantom Felcher? I don't think anybody owned up to that account, did they? I can't remember anybody saying that. I was using 2 devices, so I'd be 2 tonight, not 1. You see, I can't because I've got my no, he said he was the pork chop. No, he wasn't the Felcher. He was the hang on, was he the Fondler? The Phantom Fondler, I think he's. Oh gosh, I can't even remember now. Oh, it would be funny though, wouldn't it, Cassius?
Each other, and there were some hurt feelings on both sides, and they're going to be able to work it out. I do.
Oh, hang on, let's turn that down. I was trying to get that on the other I was trying to get that on my other device, but it's so slow. Oh, you were the flange flinger. Okay, so who was the Phantom Felcher? We need somebody coming clean for that one. Oh, you'll have to keep me all posted. If any of you end up watching, you'll have to let me know if anything happens. So that wasn't Sheila either. Oh. I think maybe we had a hit and run. Well, it was definitely it was a member of the channel. Because they had a wrench. Maybe somebody like Medu who popped in and then popped off. But it was obviously someone who'd been around for the whole felching thing. Or Lisa, it could have been Lisa actually. But I don't remember seeing that in Sheila's long list of names. Oh, can you imagine though, Cassis, if that all came up? Maybe, although Sharon's not been in for a while, has she? Not seen Shazza in here for a bit. Yeah, can you... Right, so that wasn't Sheila. And Mirror Man wasn't anybody else, and it wasn't Porky. Well, there we go. That's a mystery. Can you imagine putting that up as a title for a live? That might be tomorrow's. Who was the Phantom Felcher? And see what happens. Yeah, can you imagine though if that got shown, you know, that chat with all the names coming up? Oh, yeah, so you were the real pork chop. Yeah, that's right, but you weren't. Yeah, we don't know who the Phantom Felcher was. Yeah, the phantom fondler was Julia. Yeah, it could have been Lisa, Cassius. Because Lisa tends to, she'll just kind of go out the chat and go off, wouldn't she? She's changed her name to YouTube Street Cleaner. Wonder if we inspired her to do that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, whatever. Yes, Frida, there certainly are. There certainly are a lot. Oh well. Let her get on with it, the silly person. It just shows there aren't any original thoughts, are there, on YouTube? Which is fine because what do they say? Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. We set the trends and others follow in our footsteps. That was quite funny though. I would love to be able to hack and change it to join management. Oh, greenhouse, that would be funny. Did you all enjoy doing incognitos then? Or was anybody getting stressed out like I was? Was I the only mardy ass in the group? Hey, that's the other thing as well. Did anybody notice what the thumbnail was for this live? Because nobody commented on that. That was a real Sunday Sport headline, that was. I thought, as we're doing mythical beasts and cryptids, I thought that was quite apt. It is good fun, it is. I think what I'll have to do though in future, if we do one of those again, I'll have to blinker myself. If we're doing stories, I'll just have to blinker myself away from the chat. Frida says, I enjoyed it until all the pork chops came in, brain pickled after that. Well, how do you think I felt? Because I didn't know who anybody was. And it's always the quiet ones are the worst, because I didn't think one of those was Helen Happy Thoughts. And Anne Westwood as well. Dear me. But I also didn't think pork chop would be Kiss My Axe. I did genuinely think that was Tiz. Hippie chick, I did the Gordon Ramsay sex dwarf, I know, was eaten by badgers. Some of those Sunday Sport headlines, though, I was looking through them, and I don't know if any of you have ever, if you just go on Google Images and look at Sunday Sport, the Sunday Sport headlines, there were so funny. The worst one, it was I blew a £6 million lottery win, and now I suck off dogs for quavers. Oh God, they were so funny. There's another one. What's it's turned my bell end orange? That's it. Badgers couldn't remember the animal. Yeah. There was another one about I was what was it now? Grandmother was banned from an all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet for shitting in the seaweed. But that one, now I suck off dogs for quavers. But who even sits there and thinks these up? And there's always a story that involves a bell end. Always. There was another funny one as well. It said something like I shoved 100 cherry tomatoes up my ass and now I'm shitting tomato ketchup. Crazy times. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Oh, dear me. Right. Well, I shall, as I've done to exactly 4 hours, and yeah, my head's giving me a little bit of jip. I think what I shall do, ladies and gents, is call tonight to an end. And thank you all so much for the laughs, everybody who's given Porky a sub as well. That's really appreciated. And I know, Frida, because some of those headlines were hilarious. There was like statue of Elvis found on Mars, and the Loch Ness monster is actually a Nazi U-boat. Some of them were just crackers. I did enjoy those. But there are some real headlines, not from the Sunday Sport, some from newspapers, some bizarre headlines. They came up when I was looking for a suitable, funny Sunday Sport one to put as the thumbnail for this. And I did come across some real headlines from actual genuine newspapers. I mean, that one from, oh gosh, Cassius might remember if he's still here. I think it was from the Daily Record, I think. The one about when there was a terrorist attack on Glasgow Airport and the baggage handler tackled the terrorist and he kicked him, to try and stop him from detonating the bomb in the car. And the headline was like, I kicked him that hard in his balls that I broke my ankle or something like that. And then the other ones was when the hurricane hit Scotland a few years ago. And again, it's always Scottish newspapers. They actually called it Hurricane Ballbag. Mirrorman, I am actually Gordon Ramsay's sex dwarf and Porkchop is the badger. Well, so you are tonight going to be eaten by Porkchop. Let me know how that goes. Gosh, and I think on that note is where I am going to say nighty-night to everybody. I'll pop myself a couple of headache tablets. I will give Porky a very quick tinkle, although he's probably playing a game. So, seeing as how he gave me a headache, I think the least he can do is answer a phone. Told him not to speak with his mouth full, you dirty bugger. I know, Cassis, they were so funny, those headlines. Oh, you're welcome, Hippie Chip. Thanks so much for coming in. I will do. I might come on for an hour or so tomorrow night, but I can't promise it. But after that, it'll be Thursday before I am back in the land of YouTube. Oh, thanks so much, Frida and Cassius and Sheila, everybody for joining in. And Mirror Man and Porky for messing me head up. Mirror Man, it's nowhere near full. Hurricane ball bag. Yeah, Cassis, it was great, wasn't it? Night, Green Eyes. Yeah, thanks so much. It's been really good fun. Have a nice night. Thank you, chat. Take care. Have a good weekend. Oh, Mirrorman, big mouth. Yeah. Night, Sheila. And keep me posted tomorrow if anything goes off. Just let me know. Especially Green Eyes, you have my number, chicken. Use it. You've all got me email. All right then. So as always, thank you so much again. Thank you, Julia. You enjoy the rest of your break in Carnforth. Let us all know next week how it's gone. Have a lovely time, and I hope it doesn't snow. And right. So on that note, I'm going to finish off as I always do with kisses. So I'll see you all on the bright side. Nighty nighty.